Testing, 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 testing.
Roadblocks that players encounter underground of the ranks of fighting games and how to get past them. Also, 2x KO launches. PPV updates.
Oof. What is that sound? Oh.
Today, we're going to be comparing the Anakin.
Okay, what is going on here? Why is this? Is anybody there? Is anybody there? Can anybody see this just out of curiosity? I just want to make sure everybody can see everything and everything is running right now. I do see this. That's okay. Oh, I see. Go here. Boom. Oh, yep. Okay, I'm definitely live. But am I not chatting to YouTube right now, interestingly enough? Ah! Okay. Okay, cool. So you guys are there. Okay, just making sure, but my chat is not connected to YouTube right now, so give me 1 second here. I'm going to try to refresh that. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Let's see here. What do we got? Let me try again. Test, enter. Does this go to YouTube? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So now it's actually showing up onto YouTube when I type there. Okay. Okay. And then what I want to do is open this. Okay, and then, okay, so that's properly logged in. Hang on a second. I'm going to quickly transition over just so I can make sure that it is correct over here. Let's see. Yes, okay. Good size, good size, good size. Okay. Okay, well, obviously I'm just gonna give people some time to jump on in here. But for those of you who are, hey, what's up, Bull Sad Guy? A good weekend? I mean, oh, I had a good weekend. What did I do this weekend? Oh, that's right, I did the esports recap and I was labbing some Marisa on stream as well. So, yeah, actually a pretty decent weekend, to be honest with you. So, Ack, that sounds like that's a, Bill the cat from Bloom County, I think it was. Ack is what he used to say all the time. But yeah, weekend was good. Weekend was good. Always nice when I have a day of work on the weekend and stuff. So for those of you who are here early, I guess I can try to. Where's my phone? Well, hang on. Let me grab my phone really quick because I can't find it. Be right back. Huh. Hey guys, there's a chance that I left my phone in my car or something. Hang on, I'll be right back. Let me go see if I can find it. Crap, 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 crap. Okay, I cannot find my phone. And my thing to find the phone, I think, is indicating that's where, I think it's out of power. I think last time I was using my phone, it had basically no power left. So I can't locate my phone with my phone locator because it's out of power. Shoot. And because I'm ADHD, there is a high likely chance that I just put the phone down randomly somewhere, because that's how I work that's how people work when they're ADHD. I swear to God, it can be anywhere. So the intention was to do the cat cam. I was gonna feed the cats, but I can't do that without my phone. And so literally, I'm really confused right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll show up and stuff, but the problem is like, I won't be able to focus until I find it, is the problem. Nightwing, the best Robin, true. These posters were made by Udon. These are movie poster parodies that they made as homages when they did the Street Fighter Cross Darkstalkers series that they did a while ago. They have basically, I don't know if they've ever gone on a second sale. I bought these years ago, because I don't know if it's going to be available for anyone. Give me another try. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Give me another try. Oh God. Ta-da! So, it was in my closet. I ran into the closet to find this shirt right here. I wanted to grab the John Talbane shirt kind of in solidarity with Warwick. So I went in there and sure enough, just plopped my phone to the side and then grabbed the shirt and I just left it in there. So, And even more importantly, it still has some battery. So, for those of you who have gotten here early, I should be able to give you guys a slight little reward over here. I'm going to be muting this. So, I have, you can hear me, but you can't see it. Oh, can I get to go? Okay, there we go. Let's sidewire. Why is this size so weird? Huh. Weird. Okay. If I did this, what happens? Oh yeah, there we go. That works. Okay. All right. Again, apologies. Although my dishes are clean now, so that's good. So at least that doesn't look terrible. Let's see if, well, my home is a mess, but please ignore my home mess. Let's do this, shall we? I'm terrible with mail. I need to get better at mail. Where are they? Jasmine's been bothering me all day. She's just been running around looking for me all day to get food. Now when it's time for food, they disappear. Oh, there's Nathan. Where's Jasmine? Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Where's Jasmine? Is Jasmine already over there? Did she get over there somehow? Jasmine. Hang on, guys. Now I'm starting to think she followed me into the closet and I didn't notice and I locked her there. Hang on a second, guys. Oh, boy. It's happened before. Well, she wasn't, but I don't know why she was taking her time getting up here. There's Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. And then there's Nathan. There's the cats. Okay. Let's actually feed them here. And again, when I'm doing this, I cannot see stream chat. So if you guys are saying anything to me, I have no idea. Look at the little sharks, little mini shark cats, just circling and circling and circling. I heard Nathan go, I get so excited for food. It's funny. Sorry, ignore that. I am being a slob and knocking things around all over the place. Okay, that's Nathan's food. Let's get Jasmine's food. Get Jasmarine's food. Jasmarine. I don't know why I call her that. Jasmarine or Jasmarine. Jasmarine. I have no idea why I call her that. It just flows off the tongue well, you know, it just sounds cool. Jasmarine. Jasmarine. Alrighty, there we go. Alright. bowl goes up there. And Jasmine's bowl down here. Let's go. All right, and then Nathan, come on up. Yep, go. There we go. There's the power up meow. And there he is eating. Yeah, look at that. Yummy food. Yummy food. Let's see if I can prop this up. I don't think I can prop this up properly. I might be able to do it if I do this. Why did that not work? There we are. Okay, so this. Can you see him? Yeah, you can kind of see him. If I move it over here like this. Anyways, good enough. Hang on, I gotta wash some stuff. Okay. Nathan is eating. Nathan, there we go. There we go. Look at you. Look at you, Nathan. Look at you. What a good boy. Actually, I didn't get a chance to pet him. Whenever he jumps up to the fridge, I pet him. And I didn't do that this time, so I don't want to ruin tradition here. Again, for those of you who are new and wondering why Nathan eats up here on the fridge, while Jasmine eats down here. They used to eat side by side, but eventually I had to give them different food. And Jasmine, who usually is pretty timid around Nathan, doesn't like to fight him too much. When it comes to food, she gets very assertive. And if she's eating something and Nathan's eating something different, Jasmine wants to eat whatever Nathan's eating. And I don't want that to happen. So I've had to separate them, and I made it so that Nathan jumps on the counter to get up to the fridge because he also needed a diet. So I figured he would be the one to exercise. And so Jasmine gets to eat on the ground. And after she's done, the best part about Nathan being up here is he can stay up here and watch Jasmine here. Because when Jasmine finishes her food and walks away, then Nathan jumps down and eats it. What? Are you done already, Nathan? Oh my God, you're done already. Lick your bowl like you always do, Nathan. You're just waiting. There you go. Look at him. Making sure, like if I was an Asian parent, I have never had to tell Nathan to finish every grain of rice. Let's just put it that way. Because he will eat it all. That guy is voracious, to say the least. Jasmine eats so slowly, and she often doesn't even finish her food, even though I give her significantly less food than Nathan. But it's never... Are you already down here, Nathan? But Jasmine, I mean, it's never seemed like she's lost appetite or anything like that. It just seems like she just knows how to keep a slim figure. It's like Jasmine knows not to overeat. She's very hungry. She yells at me. She gets hangry. She definitely gets very hangry, but she doesn't eat a lot. She doesn't overeat. It's very interesting. She's such a little princess, I swear. Yeah, she gets mad when she's hungry, but she doesn't eat a lot. I'm starting to figure. I figured that a lot of people on the stream will be like, "Yeah, my girlfriend is exactly like that." Oh man, goofy little Jasmine. Anyways, I'm gonna go head back to the desk. So give me 1 second. Sorry, was the mic really low? Apologize about that. Sorry if you guys couldn't hear me very well. Hopefully you could hear me a little bit. Okay. Oh, thank you, JNV, for throwing those donate links out there. Hang on a second. I'll get that camera up and running in a second. Okay. You guys can still hear me and all that stuff like that? You guys can still hear me? Just making sure. Making sure. And whoop, there we go. I have returned. Okay. Curious if anybody has any questions, wants to talk about anything before we officially get started here. Let me know if there's any thing that's on anybody's mind that I can try to address before we start the show. I do have a lot of topics here to talk about, which I might take a while to get through all of them, so I don't know if we'll do all of them, especially the last one. Although, like I said, I feel... What is happening here? Why is... Oh, it's the mouse. Okay, there we go. But yeah, if anybody's got anything to that they want to say... Oh, what is this? What does this mean? Oh, I see. Nice. Okay. Where is it? Oh, it's this one. Oh, yeah. Okay. I will not be at Evo France. No. I am not going to be able to make the trip out to Evo France, unfortunately. I would have loved to because I really want to go and take my dad and all this stuff, but I'm going to try to do that a little bit more next year, I guess. I'm going to try, hopefully I'll be able to pull that off next year. Let me see something really quick right here. What? Oh, what? Why? Why are you like this? Holy crap, that is so bizarre. What the hell? Hang on a second. This doesn't make any sense at all. Why is this listing keyboard? What the hell? Hi. Okay. I guess Street Fighter 4 doesn't want to work properly right now. Alright. Why does it think it's what the hell? Okay. Why is my controls all messed up on Street Fighter 4? I'm trying to set it up, but it's not using the right controller or something. Oh, is it because, do I need to enable Steam input or something? Oh, God. Okay, maybe that's what I need to do. We'll worry about it when the time comes in any case. It's hard to say, Cybernetic. Again, the things that I like about Street Fighter 4 are very, very specific, but I would also honestly say, it ended up in a nice spot, but I'm not entirely happy with where it ended up because, obviously, Elena is kind of a problem, but even though he's not the best character in the game, I don't even know if he's top 3 necessarily, but I hate the way Fuerte ended up. Oh, man. Oh, no, it's my Kwamba 2009 Bolsad guy. If you actually look over here, it's this thing. It's the cabinet right here. So this is this is basically the Kwamba 2009 arcade cabinet table thing. And so I've got all my monitors on this over here and all this stuff like that. So there's always a lot of weirdness with that thing because of the fact that 2 controllers are going through one USB. Now you can change it so it does multiple, but that's just how I have it set up right now, which is causing me problems on 2XKO actually. But I'm not sure why it's not working properly here. And once again, will lead me to make my proclamation, or my sarcastic proclamation of PC Master Race. I gotta tell you, man, I really hate PC gaming, in particular for control problems, because control problems are the absolute worst. Now, it looks like, yeah, turning on, enabling Steam input seems to have fixed it. So everything seems to be right here now. Yeah, okay. I don't know why the button config always goes to the keyboard setting, though, which is really weird. So weird. Oh god, why does it do that? That's so bizarre. Well, so if I actually went to training mode over here and just actually picked a character, is it gonna play properly? Why does it want to do everything on keyboard and not on my controller? I don't understand. They're just things that you shouldn't have to think about, man. Seriously. Well, it is all correct anyway. Oh, Viper. Viper is definitely a character. Okay, anyways. Anything else anybody wants to ask before I start? I've been on for about half an hour, so I'm probably just gonna go ahead and just start doing the standard topics over here. Would you suggest to people who don't have the opportunity to visit their locals, don't have an FGC local scene, or what would you suggest? How could you build one, or what can you do to get matches outside of online? Would love to hear your thoughts on this. You know, this is something that I'll probably have to think about a little bit longer here, but you know, a lot of this is going to take some effort on you know, anybody's part that's in a kind of a random place. However, let me see something. I'm pretty sure he still uses this here. Okay, I don't know if he's updated it recently. But if you go to this link here, where is it? Why can't I see the link to this thing? We're going around important details. Oh, is it this one? Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go. This is it. Okay. Well, here. So Nightwing, the best Robin. Check out this link here. And this is an article from supercombo.gg. David created basically a Google Maps kind of thing a Google Sheets. If you click on the Here link over there, you can actually see all these locals that are in here. Now, like I said, I'm not sure when the last time this was actually updated. I don't know if there's a way to actually see that. But this is a good start. You can try to find a local in your region over here. One of the reasons why during Street Fighter, the esports recaps that we do on the weekend, recommend you signing up for your World Warrior. That's another thing that you can do as well. Sign up for your local World Warrior, and then you'll be put into a Discord with a ton of people in your own region, and so you can play with them. Oh, I see. You want to hear my thoughts on this? Yeah. So if you use the spreadsheet, I don't know if there's a tiny URL for it. I feel like we should create one for it. I'll have to ask David if he has one. But creating that is really important. I mean, having this is a really valuable resource over here. But as I said, if you have the chance, enter the World Warrior locals, or try to see if you can find any like Discord or anything like that of people around your area. Otherwise, yeah, you're just gonna have to try to reach out and find people, try to travel a little. I mean, again, you don't have any locals near you. I mean, if you're sure you don't, right? Because, I remember a long time ago we would talk about different communities on the Tuesday show, and when we did that, we mentioned a main FGC, like a small, like a main FG community, and there was a second main FG community that was like, what? We had no idea this other group existed. And so they reached out, and it turned out there was two main FGCs. You know, and Maine's not that big; they're pretty close to each other, so they all like kind of got together, etc., etc. And you know, they found out about each other that way. You know, so this is a nice resource to have for that. The other way, honestly, and maybe if like something like this isn't working. Honestly, go find somebody on Twitter, you know, that, you know, has a lot of reach. You know, tweet at Justin, tweet at me. I often retweet these things, you know, like, hey, James, do you know of any local at blah? And then I'll retweet it, quote retweet it, and be like, hey, is there any scene here? You know, and then eventually, like a lot of times, someone will show up and be like, hey, you know, talk to this person or go to this Discord, etc., etc. And that happens. So you end up with a, you know, just basically having somebody with a lot of reach try to reach out for you onto different scenes and stuff like that. So, like I said, you can always ask me. I will always retweet these kind of things for people. No results guaranteed or anything like that. But like I said, there are definitely people with a lot more reach than I have. So you can ask Sajam, because Sajam definitely has huge reach. And his Discord is like massive, for example. So he's got a lot of players there. I'm sure you can ask other people for, you know, like if anybody is in this area, etc., etc. So, let's see here. What else? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the best way. And if all those fail, going to the closest major, I guess, where you're at, and, you know, just like talking to people, trying to see if there's anybody, you know, in that, you know, like, hey, blah, 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 I'm from here, or whatever, like this, you know, and maybe you can find somebody who is also from your region. Otherwise, you know, try to make friends with other fighting game players there, even if they're a little farther away. At least the online netcode is really good. And if you guys can even just build a Discord of like, let's say 5 people, right? A Discord of 5 people is like plenty to get super good. As long as everybody is, you know, respects each other. If everybody respects each other's spaces and everybody is trying to get good, right? As long as everybody is dedicated to getting good. Because if you have one person in there who's like, I just want to have fun and smash buttons, and everybody else wants to improve, again, nobody's wrong, but if you have a goal when you're training, you want to make sure you train with like-minded individuals. So if you're a person who just wants to smash buttons and have fun and be casual, find a bunch of other people who just want to smash buttons and play kind of casual. If you are like, no, I legit want to get up to like 1700 MR in Street Fighter 6, like, yeah, if that's the case, then find other people who are like-minded to you, similar skill levels. They don't have to be, because if someone is a little better than everyone else and he's patient, he can teach people, etc., etc. Yeah, I mean, obviously go to the locals and be chill, but, you know, one of the things that Nightwing definitely stipulated is that, you know, if there is no local, they don't have a local scene, etc., etc. What is Bonanza Rat? My understanding of fighting games is less than yours. I loved El Forte. Curious, what didn't you like about him? Long live Peppadai. Oh, okay. Well, so the reason why I hate El Fuerte is because he is a character designed to irritate you and frustrate you, right? He doesn't do huge damage. Well, I should say all the way up until Ultra, he didn't do huge damage. He was about just having a ridiculously good mix-up, but very little reward off of them. So he was just like, whoa, propel, you know, all this stuff. And he was just super, super annoying. But if you hit him, and he would die, and that's really cool, right? So that was kind of the way that they designed him. Well, in Ultra, like, because he was that way, he was also designed not to have a lot of good defense. He didn't have any moves with invincibility, etc., etc. Well, he was bad for the longest of time because these kind of characters are very hard to balance, okay? By nature of their design, I call Fuerte, make you quit kind of characters, right? Zoners and grapplers are that way too, which is why it's always dangerous to make zoners and grapplers really strong, because if you do, and everybody uses them, everybody will stop playing your game, which is a really shitty thing to think, like, oh, okay, so that means grapplers aren't allowed to be top tier. Like, kinda, like, it sucks. Oh, thanks for the sub, JNV. Massive supporter, JNV, I appreciate it. Yeah, like, it sucks, but in a way, there is kind of an unwritten rule, of trying not to buff characters that are make you quit characters to be too strong. Well, that's kind of what happened to Fuerte, because they made his EX Quesadilla Bomb a little too good. Like, there's like 2 levels you can charge it, and if it counter hit, it like wall bounce you, and he could do another one. I think like 2 Quesadilla Bombs was like over 1/5 of your life, like just like right there. And I think they gave it a little invincibility on startup. So obviously Quesadilla Bomb is done by holding 2 buttons and letting go. I'm sorry, EX Quesadilla is done by holding 2 buttons and letting go. And I'm pretty sure you could twister around the buttons and stuff. So like if you swing with a button, you can change the buttons as long as you're still holding 2 of them down or something. And basically, they gave him something that was super strong, and they didn't tone anything down. They didn't tone anything down. They gave him all this stuff, but again, the reason why he played the way he did was because he was super annoying, and, that's why they couldn't make him particularly stronger. Well, they really went strong with him, and then he could even, like, I think it was like stand heavy punch into Quesadilla combo now and all this stuff like that. Like, they overdid it on Quesadilla Bomb. That move should have got like, maybe 1 or 2 buffs, but instead it got like there was like 4 good ideas to buff Quesadilla Bomb. And, they could have picked 1, but they picked all 4. And so, even though he's not a top tier character, I mean, is he top 5? Probably. And he's just like, he's such an irritating character to fight because his mobility is too good. You can go, like you could just like run back and forth. And he had so much control that the only way to make him fair was to make him weak in a lot of other areas. Make you quit characters are always tough to balance because they always tend to either be a little underpowered or a little overpowered. Lily, for example, is one of those characters in my opinion because of the OD Wind Spire, right? The Windclad Condor Spire. OD Windclad Condor Spire is too strong. It's too good of a special move. And so if you buff up a lot of little things to make it so she can do all the other stuff that she's lacking in, she might end up becoming the best character in the game, because every other character in the game, even if it costs them, they have to sit there and charge up wind. If you gave him that and then an OD Condor Spire move, which did the same thing, which hits 3 times so it beats the eyes, and is plus on block and travels across like 3/4 of the screen, like, that character is instantly broken. That character is literally broken as soon as you give them a Windclad OD Condor Spire. I legit think that is the best special move in the game, based on the fact that the best the best counter tactic is to drive reversal it, so you both lose 2 drive gauges, and she loses a wind stock. Like, that is the best option to fight against that move. And so, when the best option to fight against the move is literally drive reversal it, that move is really, really freaking strong. So, she's in that position, except right now, she's in a little weaker position, where Fuerte always was. Now, if you give Lily like 2 big changes like they did to Fuerte, which they gave like 3 or 4 big changes to the Quesadilla Bomb, if you did that to Lily, she would be broken. Like, even if it was just like, oh, make this thing work better, make this thing. But you see how they keep buffing Lily. It's just like these weird little tiny niche things, because in their playtesting, probably whenever they try to buff something significant, she ends up being broken. And which is why I've always argued that OD Windclad Condor Spire needs to be nerfed. It just needs to be nerfed, so that you can open up Lily in a bunch of different other categories, which does suck because, you know, basically when you do stuff like that, the characters are starting to homogenize a little bit, right? And so it would definitely be a lot more interesting to keep them different. And Lily is very unique, but she's designed in a way that it's hard to make her stronger without absolutely making her top tier. And that's kind of where Fuerte was. But on top of the fact that that's where Fuerte was, the way Fuerte kills you and the way that he fights is the most irritating thing ever. Like, you fight Fuerte players and it is just absolutely mind-numbingly irritating. And so, like I said, you make an irritating character that strong, and it's just like, you, like, half the time you fight a good Fuerte, you're just like, you know what, I don't even want to try. Like, this sucks. This is just stupid. Like, it's literally like the absolute most unfun thing to fight Fuerte. He was unfun to fight when he was not good. And now you made him like top 5 in the game and he's still the same unfun to fight. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Lily can actually loop SBDs? Satsue no Tanden, you said that? Chakotay showcased it, huh? That's awesome, because I'm the one who taught him that. I'm the one who actually gave him that secret tech before Evo. So yeah, Lily can loop SBDs. Although EX Windclad back in, that's not the way that I did it. Honestly, holy shit. Justin Wong coming in with the 1,415 viewer raid. What's going on? Seems like Justin sends his regards. Hello, everybody. In case you do not know me, my name is James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. I really like to teach people fighting games, and I'm really good at helping beginners. I've had players come into my stream and be like, James, I don't know how to do this. I can't get past gold. And just through them repeatedly coming here and me answering their questions for a very long time, you know, because you asked me one question, I will go on for about an hour and a half. But I've had one player who struggled when he first started showing up to my chat, and he's in Master now. So I can definitely help a lot of people who are beginners. And actually, the number one topic I was going to talk about today is kind of an important topic in that regard as well. So hello, everybody, to Wazler fans out there. Again, I have known Justin for a very, very long time. When he first moved to Southern California, I was the one who offered my home to Justin. I let him live in my home when he first moved to Southern California. So, I deserve all the credit for Justin's success. No, I'm just kidding. Not absolutely not. However, I always do like to tell the story that when Justin first moved into Southern California, and I've told him this too, I was worried because to me, Justin was, the enemy. He was the guy from the East Coast because West Coast had always dominated fighting games, all the time. Like for the longest of time, West Coast was stronger than East Coast. Justin was kind of the first player to really start to challenge that. he really was legit, like, better than most of the West Coast, or than maybe all of the West Coast players and such. And so, we knew him from MVC2 and all the interactions I've had with Justin up to that point, and just seeing videos and stuff is like, man, Justin is just this like cocky, like super trash talking, braggadocious, annoying kid, right? Like I was just like, oh, I don't like this Justin kid. But the truth of the matter is, if you're on East Coast and you play MVC2, if you do not have that bravado, you will be swallowed up. Like, you have to have that mentality in order to survive East Coast MVC2. And so, like, I had a room I wanted to rent. It was Gutex, actually, who said, hey, Justin's moving out. Why don't you talk to him? And I was like, Justin? But I agreed to talk to him about it, and when he came out for a West Coast tournament, we took a little break when he had some time, and we drove to my home, and him and his former girlfriend, were there, and they looked at the room I had to offer, and I was like, so this room is really small, just warning you right now, and his ex was like, this room is like the closet. Like I have a little tiny walk-in closet in that room. And she was like, there's more floor space in this closet than Justin's room right now. And I was like, New York. Oh yeah. I completely, like New York. There's like no walking space in a lot of those rooms. Right. And so Justin eventually, he was like, yeah, let's do it. Moved out. And me and Justin, Justin lived with me for a while, although in a room that was separated from the main unit, so that way he could have his privacy, et cetera, et cetera. But, as it turned out, while he lived here, like I found out little by little that Justin was like, he's just like the most wholesome person ever. I know you guys all just came from his stream, and I know he probably trolled a bunch of people and did a lot of evil things in fighting games, and he puts the fun and refund and all that jazz and all that stuff. But I'll tell you right now, like, he is such a good kid. He is a very wholesome person. I still call him kid. That's just me. But he is such a, when I got to know him, like, we actually became like pretty decent friends, and I really, admired him afterwards. He just wanted to have a family and all these things like that, and I was just like, Justin's awesome. And seriously, like, the more I've gotten to know him, the more you realize just how wholesome of a person he is, which is why it always like makes me sad when people are like, Justin's a shill, Justin blah blah blah, all this stuff. And I'm like, bro, you hang out with Justin for just a little bit. Oops, I cannot answer that. You hang out with Justin for just a little bit, and you realize that he really actually genuinely likes everything. He's a fan of like everything, dude. So it was really cool to get to know him, and I was really happy to have had that interaction because, like I said, I think Justin's a wonderful person, and I'm sure all of you guys know this. You guys just came from his stream and such, but yeah, I was always glad that that situation happened because I feel better off for it. I hope he feels better off having lived with me for a while. So that's kind of the way it works. So. That's my history with Justin in a small little anecdote. So there you go, tying it in with the Raiders coming in over here. So again, I really do like telling history stories. I like teaching people. So, if any of you guys are still chilling here and hanging out, I guess what I'll do is I'll start on this first topic today. It was Tuesday. I do this every Tuesday where I talk about different subjects. And the first thing I wanted to talk about here was the roadblocks to improvement. And now that I think about it, I should have created a document ahead of time. Let me just write something up. Maybe editor, when you edit this video, maybe you can overlay a better graphic than this that I'm about to create over here. Let's just do this. rookie to bronze. And then what I'll just say is like casual, so like bronze to, what do I say, silver? Yeah, you know, like I can call it like a fighting game player. So from like silver to platinum, probably. And then I'll probably say, I have to think of other ways to describe this a little bit. And then Tilda 1500 hardcore. Whoops, I did that completely backwards. Hang on a second. So if you guys are wondering what the hell I'm talking about in terms of roadblocks over here, the concept about this is that whenever a player starts to play, okay, hang on a second. I want to do this all in an official fashion, so it's a little bit easier to edit together. And then, you know, like I would probably say around 700 in let's do that. Let's do it that way. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is now let me use tabs to make this look a little bit better. Thank you for the follow. I didn't get a chance to thank all the follows that just came up. Let me do that really quick. Thank a lot of the guys who just followed over here. Shout outs to Kyomaku, shout outs to Gigizor, to Sparky Sparky Flight, to Master X Ninja, to Blaster ZSSB. That's Zero Suit Samus something, isn't it? Like Zero Suit Samus Brawl? I don't know. Floridian Demon, to Wizard 2020. Nagazumu, thank you for the follow. Sir Goldwatch, thank you for the follow. Gadoken for the follow as well. Pancho Arc, thank you for the follow. And Inati, thank you for everybody for the follow. Appreciate it very much, and I hope you guys do enjoy the channel, and I hope you guys do find a lot of you know, uses out of this channel. I hope you guys do find a lot of good uses here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add this up here. Like I said, this is just Notepad, so this is really sad over here, but I just want to put this up here for reference so that you guys can you know, understand what I'm talking about as I continue through, as I go through this here. Where do I put this? I guess I'll put this up here, like so. Okay, actually, might actually be better down here, huh? Like this, perhaps? Let's just do this. Okay, so I'll put it down there for now. Actually, what I want to do probably is make it a little smaller so that if my editor does create a better graphic, it's easier to cover up the whole entire thing, you know, because if it's too long like this, what I'll do is this here, like so. So that way I can make it a little more rectangular. Got to think about a lot of weird things when you're a streamer here. Shout outs to Seventh Saga for the channel follow, and also Karma Chameleon. Wow. Wow, someone is named Karma Chameleon. Either you are really old like me, or I don't know if it was something else that made you use that name. But if it's not Culture Club, I have no idea where you would get Karma Chameleon from. Yes, I used to make all the Game Facts guides back in the day, that is true. And yes, when I hydrate, I drink straight out of a gallon, so it's very, very handy, very useful. Okay, So let's talk about this topic over here. Let's talk about this topic in a official way. So I'm glad Escapee knows what I'm talking about here. Come a chameleon. You come and go. You come and go. Come a chameleon. Anyways, okay. Got that out of my system. For a while, I wasn't able to sing. And I couldn't figure out why, because I love singing. I've done karaoke streams before, but my voice was like dying. And Jadelyn is a voice coach, and I talked to her, and I was like, what could be killing my voice? And she was like, well, you know, blah, blah, blah. This could be happening. Could be acid reflux. And I was like, wait a second. And I just like totally remembered my brother had that problem. My older brother had that problem recently. So I went to go talk to my doctor, and she was like, okay, well, let's try prescribing you some acid reflux medication. And just take one. Like the instructions say, take 2 a day. Just take 1 a day. See if your singing improves. And if it does, then we'll go from there. And I was like, okay. So I started taking it. And then one day I was just in the car listening to the radio. And I was like, I wonder if my voice is better. And I started singing, and it felt like I was felt like I had superpowers. Like I haven't been able to sing that clearly in the whole range in like over a year. You know, I actually thought my throat was just dead. Like I just thought like, well, I can't ever go karaoke again. But like all of a sudden I was just singing in ranges that I swear to God I have not like been able to, and I was just like, this is the best thing ever. So I am a big karaoke person, so I apologize if you hear me sing all the time. So anyway, you're 29, you got the reference. It's awesome. Good stuff. So you take medicine for reflux every day. Used to wake up nauseous all the time. Now I'm fine. I'd be really down if I lost singing. Glad you got that help. Dude, you don't understand. The thought of me not being able to sing is like one of the most terrifying thoughts. Like in real life, thinking about me not being able to sing is like those dreams where your teeth fall out, you know, for no reason. Like you just dream and your teeth fall out, and you're like, or one tooth falls out and you have no idea why, and you're like, what happened? You know, and you're like freaking out. That's how it would feel if I actually lost my ability to sing, dude. I would be so distraught. I would be so ridiculously distraught. Oh, the AC in your old place was messing with your throat. Interesting. Okay. Like, if you actually get me into the karaoke room and, like, I go into, like, full singing mode, like, I can do some crazy-ass shit. When I'm, like, trying to do karaoke streams here, it's really hard because, one, when you want to sing particularly well, you have to have no inhibitions about your volume. Because volume, for me, at least, I don't know if this is true for everyone, volume is key to being able to sing really, really well. And when I'm at home, I've got windows open, I've got neighbors and stuff like that. And so when I try to sing, you know, at my desk like this for karaoke streams, that timidity kind of like messes you up. But if you have no inhibitions, so when you're in a karaoke room where one, that's what you're there for, you'd better sing, right? And two, like, nobody else is gonna hear you. You're not disturbing anyone else. Like when you're allowed to go all out, like I have done things that have made people like, what the fuck, James Chen, what? You know, kind of things like that. So, you know, I really do enjoy singing. I really, really do enjoy singing, which is why you'll hear me sing a lot randomly here and there. So. Slow R&B at home. It's not a bad idea, honestly, except I actually don't know that many R&B songs, to be honest with you, which is weird because you'd think, you know, if I'm a singer, I like that kind of stuff. But because my voice quality, and because I like doing voices, I like singing a lot of like Disney songs. Like I'm ridiculously good at Disney songs. Like you don't even you guys have no idea how good I am at Disney songs. I'm also really, really good at alternative rock because I've got, you know, the Kurt Cobain voice, you know, like, because my voice is scratchy, so I have the Kurt Cobain voice. And then, you know, I just like, if there are just like random songs, I can actually do it. Let It Go, I mean, Let It Go is, so the reason why I am really good at singing certain songs is because I also grew up wanting to be a cartoon voice. And so there are some songs that I will start singing and basically I just mimic every single voice in the song. Like, you know, the very first song in Beauty and the Beast, right, which is Belle, right? I will just do every voice, and at karaoke, they don't even put up the text for all the interstitials where their characters are talking, and I will do the whole dialogue from memory. I did that with in a karaoke session with Rip one time, and Rip's like, I don't even need to watch the actual movie. I don't even need to watch the actual movie. He's like, I just need to listen to this, you know? So yeah, I've always wanted to done cartoon voices, and the song that I kind of frightened a bunch of people and now has become like one of my staples, of course, is Under the Sea from Little Mermaid, which I'm not even sure if is particularly PC these days, right? Because like, is it okay for me to do the Sebastian the Crab voice? You know, I'm not really sure. And again, it's not even really that it's like reggae is my speed. It's just I'm really, really good at imitating things. I'm really good at imitating things. So it just comes out that way, right? Like, the seaweed is always greener in somebody else's lake. You dream about going up there. Well, that is a big mistake. You know, like, you just start going. Like, again, I love doing the voices, you know? It's just, it's fun. Because, like I said, I've always wanted to do, I've always wanted to be a cartoon voice. That was something I've always wanted to be. So I can definitely, like, do about a bunch of crazy stuff like that. So it's really fun. Even stuff like, you know, it's so funny because Disney is just full of so many un-PC things these days. Like, if you've ever watched, you know, The Jungle Book, you know, I want to be like you. You know, now I'm the king of the swingers, oh, the jungle VIP. Well, I reached the top and had to stop, but that's what's bothering me, you know. And then you get to the end of the song where it's just, you know, they're scatting, right? It's the scat rap, basically. And, like, I can do the whole thing phonetically, you know? Like, I memorized that whole thing phonetically. It's crazy. Because, like I said, this is just who I am, and I just like doing cartoon voices, and I like singing, so it all just kind of worked together that way. So anyways, I'm supposed to be talking about fighting games here. Shall I start talking about fighting games? Shall I start talking about fighting games? Oh yeah, and by the way, this will never ever be done not in a karaoke setting because it has to be this way. It has to be at karaoke. It's the only way you're allowed to hear it. But another one that everybody has me do at karaoke all the time is M&M's Without You. M&M's Without You. So that's another one of my my go-to songs right there. So okay, let's do this. It's thank you for the follow, Tiger Slice. Probably not exactly what you were thinking of over here. So okay, let's talk about fighting games. Let's talk about fighting games. Fighting games. Here we go. Now all I want to do is sing. God, who was it? It was one of the writers for one of the things out there. He made a reference to Moon River, and I was like, dude, like my dad used to listen to that song. And so I just started singing Moon River, super old song, holy crap. Written by the inimitable, and was it Henry? No, Henry Mancini. Henry Mancini. Shout outs to Bugbear for the follow as well. super old song, and Alex Zaragoza. And I started singing Moon River to him, and he's like, I will never ever forget this. And every time I talk to him now, like every time I run into him, like, hey, he's always like, I still cannot ever forget that Moon River. Hey, that's awesome. So I'm assuming then, Miss Lilium, you are going to Evo France. That is awesome. Have you been to any other majors before? Is this literally your first major? Because the advice that I give to everybody when they're going to their first major ever is, one, you know, if you can, enter the games. You don't have to, but if you can, enter it. But do not worry about your results. Do not worry about your results. That is not the important part of a major a lot of the times. What the important part is to play, get experience, have fun with people, and meet people, and just enjoy the environment. I don't know how big hype spotting is in as a tournament. Evo France is going to be massive, right? It's going to be really huge. And when you actually get to experience like the Sunday finals and you're in a room with like 2,000, 3,000 people who all love the same thing you do, and you're cheering for shit, and they cheer at the exact same time you cheer, and you're just like, I'm in a room with my like, these are my people. Like, it is a life-changing experience. And so just enjoy the environment, enjoy all the stuff there, you know, try to get casuals in because all the streaming stations free up eventually, so you can just sit down and play at them, and it's really, really nice to be able to play those things. Basilisk Pop-Tarts. Basilisk Pop-Tarts. Like, I really feel like some of these usernames would be really, really good for some SNL Stefan sketches here. I could just be like, this place has everything. You know, blah, blah, blah. Basilisk Pop-Tarts. You know, kind of a thing. Oh, man. So, and yeah, and France is going to be loud, too. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Will I be commentating at Evo France? I am not going to make it to Evo France this year. I will definitely try to make it next year. That is definitely something I will try to do. So, and then, okay. Let's talk fighting games. Let's talk fighting games. No more distractions. No more distractions. Let's talk fighting games. Let's do an official intro. Let's do this. Ha-ha! Hello, everybody. My name is James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. Today, we're going to be talking a little bit about roadblocks that I feel like every single fighting game players run into when they're trying to get stronger and stronger in a fighting game. So when people start playing, you know, ranked matches and such, and you know they've never touched a fighting game before, a lot of times when you start playing, you just start running into these interesting roadblocks. And I kind of want to talk about this. I did an episode about this years and years and years ago on First Attack a long time ago. And I kind of want to retread it here, but, you know, almost kind of differently now, because I kind of, you know, the way that I'm teaching fighting games is a little bit different than I used to before. So, you know, what am I talking about with these roadblocks? Well, this came up because I had someone in my chat, you know, on a previous stream be like, hey, I'm brand new to fighting games. What would you recommend I do to start, like as a starting point of learning how to play fighting games? How do I approach this? And then I had somebody else who's like, I've been stuck in platinum forever and I can't get into diamond. What am I supposed to do at this point? And so, the whole thing about this is that the comforting thing is that, trust me, everybody falls into the same roadblocks, okay? And I'm going to start categorizing the skill level of these players. I'm going to relate them to Street Fighter 6 ranks, just to give you kind of like a more, what is the word I'm looking for? A more relatable kind of understanding of where the skill level is. Shout outs to Flashpoint Genesis for the follow. However, you know, this will apply to all the different fighting games out there because trust me, everybody runs into these roadblocks the same. So I have my super high-tech window capture over here. Look at the high tech, look at the technology that I use. Zoomed in notepad. Bro, you cannot do any better than that. And yeah, so Rio Ayanami brings up a great point. I think different people face different roadblocks though. 100% true. Absolutely true. What I'm about to give you is just a general guide, but it will change for everybody. And not only that, it will also change depending on the characters you use. If you use certain characters, your roadblocks might happen even later. Some characters, your roadblocks will be right at the beginning. So, but again, this is going to be very general. So the way I teach a lot of the times is very philosophically. So I like to just kind of talk about concepts and ideas and, you know, mindset. For me, everything is about mindset. And a lot of these roadblocks happen because of mindsets here. So if you want to look at this, so I'll just do a quick summary here. I call you a beginner if you're from rookie to bronze. Maybe even I would probably almost be better off putting rookie to iron, I think. And then iron here like so. And actually, I don't think do I mean silver or do I want gold here? No, this is about, so what's the order? It's rookie. Shoot, I have the wrong order here. Hang on a second. Let me make sure I have the right order here because I'm getting them all mixed up here. You know why I'm getting mixed up? I've never actually been in rookie or iron or bronze, so I don't remember what the order is. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, I didn't mean bronze here. Okay. So let's do this. But bronze goes right into silver. No, this is about right. Because silver, gold, platinum is kind of where things get a little dicey, but gold is kind of the transition point right here. So I will do gold to platinum, then diamond, and then we'll start talking about master over here. So basically, I have these kind of names here like this, and I'm trying to state it as a way as, you know, what your goals might be if you're in this range. So one of the key things is that, you know, for example, from bronze to gold, I have it listed as casual, right? Now, here's the thing. If you just are like, hey, I have no intention of trying to get super good at this. This is just my, you know, after work, I just want to come on and smash buttons and have fun. I am a casual. I have no desire to get good. I will never enter a tournament, etc., etc. Then if you are in bronze or gold and you intend to play only as a casual player, you're doing great. You're doing fine. And that's the thing I want to make sure that is understood, is that none of these divisions here mean that you're underperforming. You're only underperforming if you want to be something better and you can't get there. But if you're just like, hey, whatever, it's all good, I'm having fun, it's fine. You don't have to go crazy. So we've got the beginners, which I'll say is about from rookie to bronze. Of course, that's rookie, iron, bronze in Street Fighter 6. Again, this is not specific to Street Fighter 6. I'm just using Street Fighter 6 because it is the game that most people play and that I play the most. So I have a better understanding here. But just to kind of give you a relative understanding, because a lot of players, when they reach these roadblocks, it will be around bronze that they will start hitting these roadblocks. And after you go from a beginner to become casual, you know, that's about bronze to gold right here. But again, you're just having fun. You're having a good time with it. By the time you get to gold and platinum, you know, like And all of these are fighting game players. But when you get to like gold and platinum, you're a fighting game player because you're like putting work into this and you're improving and you're getting good and it's starting to gel, right? You're starting to understand a lot of things, but you're missing a lot of things that are going to help you get to the next level. So gold and platinum is where a lot of people get stuck, right? This is probably, I would say maybe like tied for first or second place where the roadblock is the toughest to get through. Because then after that, if you're diamond, like I consider you a serious player because you have put in the work. You are definitely playing well to get to even be in diamond. And this is where majority of players end up, right? Because this is where, you know, the whenever the season resets in Street Fighter 6, you can't fall out of, like, if you're in gold, you can't fall below gold or whatever like that. And this is like the final, like, bottom spot here. If you're in diamond and the season resets, you will be dropped to the beginning of diamond and you got to go from there. So basically, if you actually look, the majority of players are in diamond because a lot of players get to diamond and then they just stop, or life happens, or like they're just like, this is not fun, or another fighting game comes out, so you start playing that, or just another video game comes out and you just like, you know what, this is more fun. You're not gonna play fighting games anymore. Not a problem. Not a problem. So a lot of people have said in the FGC, like, oh, you're a beginner until you reach master. Everything before there is nothing. And again, this is coming from a lot of pro players or players who are hardcore, right? These are people who like legit are trying to become like some of the best people, or at least like, I want to be like super good. I want to be in legend rank. I want to be, you know, like these are the people who are very, very serious with the game. So, you know, from a pro standpoint, it makes sense for them to talk about it that way. But I just want to preface this that if you've made it to diamond, you're doing pretty damn good. You're doing pretty damn good, okay? Is there anywhere on the scale where you think ego is one of the biggest roadblocks? Actually, yeah. Let me highlight the range here that I think ego is a massive roadblock. There. This is where ego is a massive roadblock, right here. Honestly, though, the reason why I make this joke is because so much about fighting games comes down to admitting that you are wrong, admitting that you don't know enough, admitting that the other person is outplaying you. Almost every single one of these roadblocks are kind of accompanied by that, right? Because, you know, one of the most common roadblock excuses, you know, basically around this area over here is that tactic is so cheap. You can't do anything. Like, there's nothing you can do. It's too good. This character's too strong. He just does this and he wins. That's it. That's how it works. And, like, you can't do anything, right? And that's because it's a little bit of the ego problem, because you can't admit that you don't know how to beat it. And that's it. You don't know how to beat it, and you don't want to take the time to figure it out. You don't want to take the time to figure it out. And so you're just going to, it's too good. It's too good. And what, like, I have these things called J. Chenzor axioms, and one of the axioms that I repeat a lot is that if you think anything is super broken, and it actually is super broken, then it would be winning every tournament. Everybody would be using it. And that's it, right? Like, Leroy was super broken when he first dropped in Tekken 7. Evo Japan had 7 Leroys in top 8. Like, you can clearly see what happens when something is broken. But if you're watching tournaments and not everybody is dying to the thing that you think is super cheap, there is a solution. And that's actually a kind of like a coaxiom, basically. But always remember that anything that happens in the fighting game, there is a solution. There is a solution that you can go and find, and there is a way to fight this. And that there is something you can do about this. You just have to take the time to figure it out. And again, if there isn't a solution to it, that means that, like I said, it should be dominating all tournaments, right? But the other thing that's important to understand about looking for solutions for mix-ups or for problems is that there should almost never be one answer. There should never be one answer. If someone does a mix-up on you and you're like, oh God, this mix-up is crazy, and you go lab it and you're like, oh, I can stop it by doing this. That's not the end of the whole thing, because the opponent probably has something that can defeat your solution. So your solution to the problem, they have a solution to your solution, and you'll probably have a solution to their solution to your solution to the problem. And eventually, like, they have a solution to your solution, and it will loop. It'll eventually loop. But that's fighting games. That's how it works, because this is another Jay Chensler axiom. If there is one answer to a mix-up, it's not a mix-up. If there's one way to stop something for free, then it's not a mix-up. And if the opponent can't do anything to take advantage of your solution, it's not a mix-up. And so top players won't actually use it. They'll maybe use it once, hoping the opponent has never seen it before, and it's just crazy. That is what we call a shenanigan. If you've ever heard us called an okie doke or a shenanigan on commentary, that is exactly what it is. It is a tactic that probably has one solution that stops it, but it's just so unexpected, and you hope the opponent has never seen it or is just not ready for it at that moment, and you get away with it, but you can't use it reliably. It's not a reliable tactic, so that's a shenanigan, et cetera, et cetera. So, oh yes, that's right, I have not highlighted the topic over here. Let's do that. Okay. So, once you get into Diamond, like I said, you're serious. You're trying to do a bunch of stuff, but a lot of people get this roadblock right here that prevents them from making it into Master, and we'll talk about that a little bit. But once you get to Hardcore, you know, this is, you get to 1500, and you'll feel it too. When you go from Diamond to Master, like, if you're going through Diamond, you're like, I'm beating up I'm doing good, okay. And then as soon as you get to Master, things change fast, right? Like, all of a sudden you're like, I can't win. And you drop to 1300 and you're like, what the hell is happening? Like, it's a big shift that happens right there. Shout outs to Dr. Moo, for following the channel. I wonder if he's related to Dr. Worm. A song from one of my favorite bands out there, They Might Be Giants. They call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? Anyways, but They Might Be Giants is where I got my nickname. Hey Chen, your advice worked, and I got to round 3 in a Platinum League separated tournament. Slowly learning. There you go. Like I said, I'm very, very good at teaching people and giving people lots of advice, right? Zilcho saying, yeah, I'm at 1300 and we'll probably be there for a while. And, you know, so that is a big roadblock here. So if you're around 1500, you know, if you're stuck in this 1500, you get to 1550, then you drop to 14 something and maybe drop down to 1300, and then you're back to 14, and then the season resets, you're at 1500, and like you can never seem to get past 1550. Yeah, that's a massive roadblock here. But once you start getting past that, you're basically kind of like a pro-ish player now. You know, at this point in time, this is where you just need to refine a lot of things to make yourself better, right? So this is basically the last roadblock here, is to get from hardcore to pro. Oh, actually, that doesn't matter because I captured the window, not the part of the screen, because I'm smart. So yeah, So let's talk about each of these one by one here, okay? Because okay, no problem, bowl sad guy. Have a good night, and I'll see you next time. What's up, low key Dre? I would really like to know how many new diamonds really use the replay system effectively. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, I'm forever between 1300 and 1500 MR, says Lali Lule Lols. Yeah, like I said, that is a very common place to get stuck, because when you go from diamond to master, the level of difficulty skyrockets. Like, it is like, as you're going up, you can feel yourself like, yeah, okay, these guys are getting harder, these guys are getting harder. And then as soon as you go from diamond to master, boom, like the difficulty spike just goes pew, like it goes crazy at that point. And if you aren't ready for it, you are going to basically get your ass whooped. It's hard, it's hard. Welcome Projo97, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. So let's talk about these and what the common roadblock is. And actually, I do want to describe how I feel like the players are playing in these ranked as well. In these not ranks, again, in these levels of roadblocks. Like basically each one of these, I called them walls. You have to break through the wall in order to get better at fighting games. So these levels here, and a lot of them come down to mentality issues, right? A lot of it comes down to fighting games are really extremely deep, and they require a lot of attention to detail. And like I said, someone asked, is ego a major roadblock at any of these levels? And I said, all of them. Because I've often said, this might be another Jay Chenzor axiom, is that fighting games require you to look deep within your soul and accept the fact that you aren't good enough. That maybe I don't deserve to be getting a higher rank, you know? And so like, you know, if you're stuck in diamond, I can never get to master. Well, maybe you aren't good enough to be in master, right? Like that's a real thing. And if you understand that, one, it helps lower the salt. It will make you sad, but it does help lower the salt a little bit, because again, the ego is what's creating the salt. Like, I should be doing better. I should be winning. That's the ego, right? However, like I said, deep within your soul, when you realize I don't actually deserve to be at this rank. I'm actually not good enough for this. That starts you on the path of, hey, where are my weaknesses? What do I need to do better? And that is a process that you will have to repeat in fighting games in every rank here. In every rank. Shoutouts for the follow, Ignita the Manco. Thank you for the follow. So let's talk about these within the master rank. What do you mean by that? Because the master ranks has like the oh, I see what you're saying. So you want me to put down instead of like this, I can actually just type this out as Grandmaster. Grandmaster. I'm Grandmaster. Sorry. Dimitri, when he activates his Dark Force, goes, I'm Betmaster. So that's just the first thing that came to my head over there. But this so I should just put around master like this, right? Maybe like this. I'll just do this just so the numbers are there, basically. Just so they're there. Okay. Back in Tekken 7, my strength was my execution. I played Kazuya, and my weakness was block punishing. I would always just default to 1-1-2 even when I could have gotten a better punish. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times, you know, it's the so sometimes, and again, I'm sorry, I haven't even gotten into these categories here because I keep talking philosophically here, but one of the things that prevents us from advancing in those areas, shoutouts for the resubscription, Petty, appreciate that. One of the things that prevents us from like trying a better punish or something like that is oftentimes that we don't want to lose And we don't want to lose so badly that like, you're like, oh, I haven't practiced this higher damage combo. I might mess up the combo. I will go with what I know. Because at least I know I'm going to land this thing and I know this scenario. So a lot of the times when the opportunity comes to do something more damaging, your brain will like be like, nope, don't try that. And you'll do the easier thing that you've done already because you're used to it, right? And because we have a fear of losing. And again, when you're playing through ranked, losing is not what you should be scared of, honestly. Like losing is your outline, is your checklist for what to learn. And that's really important. By losing, you know where your weaknesses are. And trust me, you're gonna try the combo, you're gonna mess it up the first time, and you're gonna be like, damn it, and you lose, and you're like, I had that round, if only I could land that stupid combo, and you'll be mad at yourself. You shouldn't be, because, you know, that's one of the first times you've tried the combo in a panicked situation. You're trying to build instant recall to the combo. And you'll keep trying and you'll mess it up again, but then one time you'll hit it. And I can't explain it. This happens for me. Everybody in the chat, you can, agree, you can tell me if this has happened to you as well. But the first time, yeah, and you'll miss it over and over and over and over again. But you have to keep trying. This is the thing. And again, the reason why you stop is because you're so afraid of losing. This is where that ego comes in, right? You have to allow yourself to lose to learn. And so, trust me, you will fail a third time, a fourth time, fifth time, you'll hit the combo, you'll start the combo right, but then you mess up partway through or whatever. But then one time, you land it. You'll be like, oh shoot, there's that opportunity, and you land it. And you're like, oh crap, oh, I did it, oh my God, I did the combo, and it wins you the round. One, that is a fucking awesome feeling. That is like one of the greatest feelings to have, right? Like, it's just awesome. So you definitely want to let yourself feel that because it's just awesome, right? But secondly, it's really weird. But as soon as you land it that one time, something in your head clicks. Something in your head clicks. Because all of a sudden, like, I swear to God, when you land it and you have that positive experience, something in your brain clicks. And the next time you see someone whiff a DP, you're like, this is my chance. And for some reason, the combo gets at least 50% easier. And it's just strange. Really, the thing that prevents you from landing the combos is the fear of missing it. And when you land it the one time, sure, you may drop it the second time, but all of a sudden, it just starts working. And you're just like, oh, I can do this combo. And the reason why now is because when they whiff the DP, instead of that fear going, do the safe thing, do the safe thing, do the safe thing, the confidence takes over. And now you do have the instant recall to do the bigger combo, the proper punish. Now when you see it, you're like, oh, this is where I get to do this. I did it before. And I like I said, there's something about the human brain that as soon as you view it that way, it just starts to work. Yeah, your mind remembers the success. And all of a sudden, it just starts clicking, and it's awesome, and you just keep landing it. I mean, it takes me a while. Like, every time I learn a new thing for, like, Kimberly in Street Fighter 6, I go on rank, like, I'm like, oh, this is this cool new mix-up I came up with. And then I play online, and I never use it, because you're just like, you didn't know, you're not sure where to use it, you're scared to use it, you just keep doing the things that you do. Like, I have to force myself into using the new tactic, and even then, like, I'll knock the guy down, and I'll be like, I don't remember what my frame kill was, crap, and I screw it up. No big deal, you have to do that. That is necessary to get to the point where you will remember it a lot more, because a lot of brains out there, like Lalilule Lols says, success makes things stick to your brain. And if you never give your chance for the success, if you don't fail like 25 times and then finally get the success at the very end, like, you're never gonna get there. You're just never gonna get there. Honestly, that's just how it works. So that's one of the things. So should I switch to Chun-Li? Sino Soprano, it's just whatever character works for you. I can't tell you if you should switch to Chun-Li because I don't know anything about how you play. So it just really depends on if the character is working with you. Is it worth exploring other characters? Sure. How do I pick characters? You don't, like, if you're a beginner, you're like, you're not gonna be, I'm a beginner. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play Cammy because that way I have good fundamentals and Cammy matches my playstyle. No, you're just like, I don't even know what to do. And so you're like, should I play this character? So the real answer is play the character that you think is cool. Like, the first step in learning fighting games is play the character that you think is cool. Find any reason to like the character that you're playing. And you can learn to hate the character and move on to somebody else, or maybe you realize in the end, like, you know what? I've figured out that I am a defensive player, and I'm playing this crazy offensive character. I need to switch. I need to switch characters. And that happens eventually. But at the start, if you don't know what your play style is, and if you have no idea how everyone else plays, play the character that you think is cool. It's just really all it comes down to. I only learned Chun to beat my nemesis. And turns out landing her stuff is so addictive that we're both Chun mains now. Yeah, see? That's the thing, right? You could try another character and be like, whoa, this character's super fun. And that just works. That just works. I played fucking Dan for a time in Street Fighter 4 because I believed he wasn't actually bottom tier, just second lowest tier, and Dan kicks were fun. Look, Quick Man, you just described like the majority of my fighting game career. Like, a lot of the times when I played at my college campus, I was better than everybody else, so I just picked low tier. And I always wanted to pick low tier because I wanted to prove that I could win with that character. The character wasn't as bad. Like, that's why I'm obsessed with Cammy, because she is the worst character in Super Turbo. And so I wanted to figure out how to beat people with Cammy in Super Turbo. And so I've played a lot of Cammy in Super Turbo. And trust me, like, I've beat a lot of people that I shouldn't have with Cammy. Then you find a bunch of people who actually know how to fight Cammy, and I just can't win anymore. But yeah, vibes aesthetics is a big one. I always love to pick Ken. He is smooth and quick with combos. Exactly. Pick a character that's appealing to you, and worry about changing characters only if you really find a lack of connection with the character. And, you know, and again, it's going to be different for everybody. It's going to be different for everybody. Some people, me and Jeremy were talking about this on the esports recap this past weekend. Some people are just really good at switching characters. You talk about the Magos, the NLs, like the Phenoms and stuff. They're like, boy, I'm using top tier character. Oh my goodness, character's not as top tier anymore. Let me switch to other top tier character. And it's like, bam. And they're like Phenom is using Mai already, you know, or NL would be swapping from, you know, Cammy to Karin, to Cammy back to Karin, to back to Cammy in Street Fighter 5. You know, and then to Akuma eventually at one point. So, but there are some people out there that once they play a character, it's really hard for them to pick up another character. So again, it's going to be different for everybody. If you're really good at just swapping characters, yeah, just jump between characters until you find them what you really like. But what you really want to do is you want to play enough, pick a character that you like, play enough, figure out how to play fighting games at all, and then at that point you could make a more educated reevaluation, right? And, you know, talk to people online, ask people online, talk to your favorite Cammy player, talk to your favorite Jamie player, you know, just be like, hey, I play Jamie. I'm just in, you know, bronze. I'm just in bronze right now, or I'm in silver, or whatever like that. And you're like, I think that Zangief is the hardest matchup in the game. Like, I just can't beat him. right? Does he actually lose the Zangief, right? And then expert would be like, actually, Jamie beats Zangief. You can do this, and, start trying to like learn other things about your characters and, go watch top level players. When you watch matches, this is also very important. So one of the things that we don't do enough these days is watch matches, which is why I miss the arcade environment. Because in the arcades, if you had a good arcade, you were forced to watch. You don't have any choice. You go up there, you play Alex Valle, he kicks your ass, you walk to the change machine, get another token, you put the token up, and you just sit there and you watch. And there might be like 5 people ahead of you. You just gotta sit there and watch, right? And like, it's so important because you'll start learning a lot of things watching other people fight the guy that you just lost to. We don't get that on ranked. That doesn't exist on ranked, and it sucks. It's hard. But the thing about it is, if you watch other people, go to YouTube, go to the recommendations on Street Fighter 6. Literally, if you go to the replays, the first thing they do is usually recommend a bunch of matches that are in your skill level of players who use your character against the most recent guy you lost to. But they won. Like Street Fighter 6 is really good at doing stuff like that. So you can actually use the replays and just go watch like the recommended stuff that comes up on the first page. You can just start watching some of those. And when you watch, make sure you put yourself into the mind of the character that you use. You're a Jamie player. You're watching a Jamie match. Just sit there and watch and play in your head. You're not actually playing, but you're like, you know what? I'm going to try a meaty this time, or I'm going to do this and blah, 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 blah. And the person that's playing is going to do something that you're like, what the hell? Why would he do that? Well, take the time and think about it. If anybody you're watching does something that you wouldn't do and it catches you by surprise, that is something to pay attention to. And so you'll be like, so why did he do that? What was the reason he did that? And again, like I said earlier, one of the axioms, there's always a solution for everything. And so when you're when you're watching pros and stuff like that, every time they do something, they have a reason for doing it. The reason could just be it felt like the right thing to do. And if it is, then whatever, right? But like sometimes they'll be like, oh, by the way, yeah, if you do this, that beats this and this and this. So I do this option so I can handle that, right? Because yes, fighting games come down to guesses a lot of times. In Street Fighter 5 and 6, it is definitely a little more pronounced, but there are ways to mitigate these things, right? Like if you're trying to shimmy somebody or bait a wake up DP or certain things that are annoying. Neutral jumps can beat more than one thing. They can also beat wake up buttons, etc., etc. So you could just like you can watch how people make their decisions, and that helps you a lot. So, anyways, I don't even remember. Oh yeah, we were talking about should I switch to Chun-Li? The answer is I don't know. It's really hard to say. I don't know who you're using. I don't know what your weaknesses are. I don't know what your strengths are. It's impossible for me to say. And despite the fact that all the characters are different, Guile will be more defensive. Chun-Li is a little more defensive as well. She is definitely more of a footsies neutral based character. You'll have Kimberly, who is very aggressive. You have all these different types. At beginner level, it doesn't matter. It really just doesn't matter. I'm sorry to say this. It doesn't matter. Like any character that you pick, if you like them, you're going to run into the same problems. You're going to lose the same ways. You're going to win the same ways, etc., etc. It doesn't matter at that point. You don't know what your play style is, and you don't know how the characters are supposed to play, so you're just starting out. So let's talk about the beginner rank. Let's talk about the beginner rank. Who are the people in beginner rank? Who are the people in rookie to bronze? Well, you guys are just the people that I like this character. You come in there and you just start hitting buttons, and you just are just doing whatever. For no rhyme or reason. You have no game plan. You have no battle plan. You saw on a video that someone used Chun-Li standing heavy punch a lot, so you just hit heavy punch a lot. Or you just don't know and you just keep mashing drive impact because it's working a bunch of times. So you just keep hitting drive impact and you're like, woo! Like, you're just doing stuff. right? And again, this is fine. This is great. And in fact, this is perfect. This is what you should be learning when you're a beginner, is that you should be doing stuff. You should be learning, what your character's buttons kind of do. And I've often said this, but one of my favorite strategies that I tell people when they're starting out as a beginner is find your pet moves, right? This is like 3 things, 4 things maybe, but just find moves that you like to hit and they seem to do well for you, and just concentrate on those things, which is what happens naturally to a lot of players in this rank anyway. They just hit one button because it's like this button seems to be working, or they just keep doing drive impact, or you're like, I'm just gonna keep throwing fireballs. Like, I learned how to throw fireballs and I'm gonna be just throwing fireballs. Again, this whole phase right here is where you are just basically having fun. You're just doing stuff. You don't even have a gameplay. You don't know anything about the fighting game, and that's fine. Again, totally fine. Like, if you don't feel like you know what you're doing and you're like stuck in here, like, that's okay. It's okay. Because like I said, you are gonna reach the first roadblock here. When you're a beginner, you lose because you did something insanely stupid, and you win because your opponent did something insanely stupid. What was that Corey Gaming video where he said it makes more sense to do something rather than doing nothing, so beginners hit buttons? Yeah, absolutely. I have often said one of my other first lessons is to get out of beginner is, and this is kind of where this is going in line with the roadblock here. So when you're playing this, you're just doing stuff, right? You have your pet moves, you're just doing stuff. When you get into the casual level, you're better at doing fireballs. You understand, you can control your character a little bit better. But what you start doing at this point is you start evaluating what you are doing with your character. This is where you actually go, this move isn't doing anything. Why do I keep using this, right? Like, what is happening here? And you realize, like, okay, I should stop pressing buttons all the time. And one of the key things to go from the beginner to the casual rank is one of my most famous axioms, which I call the economy of buttons. And I think someone credited that to somebody else. I think Zero said it was like a St. Cola term, and I was like, bro, like, I have a video called The Economy of Buttons from 2000, dude. Like, hang on a second here. Hang on a second. The economy of buttons. God, there's nothing more deflating than finding out a move you really like and really want to use just sucks. Yeah, there is that. But the beautiful thing is, as you keep playing, you'll find a use for it again, most likely, and you'll be like, yes, I can use this move again. And it's great. But one of my favorite axioms is the economy of buttons. And the way that I describe this is, let's say every time you press a button, it costs you $1. And you don't have a lot of money to spend. So when you play fighting games, you're going to when you're playing your match, you want to hit as few buttons as possible. So you spend the least amount possible. And so you're only going to press buttons when you really, really need to press that button. When you really need to press that button, And I often say to people, if I ask you why you hit that button, and you cannot give me an answer, you should not have hit that button, right? So the idea is, if you're like, why'd you press that button? I was hoping he would get hit by it. No, that's not a reason, right? That's not a reason. You have to understand the reasons for why you are doing all the things that you do. Now, you're a casual player, so you don't know what the reasons that you should be doing anything is. And you're not gonna figure it out for a while. But what's starting to happen here is now you're finally starting to develop game plans. You realize that something works with your character in particular. Like in Street Fighter V, like when you're a casual, all the camis just sit there and spin knuckle all day, right? Because like, this is my game plan. Or you have learned to fireball uppercut really well. So you play Ryu and now you're just throwing fireballs, and every time they jump, you just DP them, right? You start to develop kind of like a strategy, right? Yeah, Escapee says lesson 1 is always stop jumping in. You know, a lot of people talk about this. One of the hard parts is that, you know, when you learn combos in training mode, you start it from a jump, so it does more damage, etc., etc., and it's an easy way to move forward while being offensive. The nice thing about Street Fighter 6 is now you have drive rushes, so, like, there's actually a way to, like, be offensive and move forward that's not jumping. But yeah, you'll learn to stop jumping, you know, as you continue forward. A lot of people say, like, this is like one of the number 1 things that you want to learn. You know, it's tough to say, in my opinion, because movement is one of the most important things that you want to learn, and that's what's going to happen when you break between beginner and casual. Again, you stop the emphasis on random buttons. You start realizing, actually, this button is really good. And you start narrowing on things that are working, and you really start understanding how important movement is because you've stopped pressing buttons. One of the trickiest things about a game like Street Fighter is that when you press buttons, your character doesn't go anywhere, right? When you play a lot of other action games and you keep pressing buttons, like if you're Kratos and like in the original God of War games, if you press buttons, he keeps moving forward and he keeps attacking. So you're always doing something, right? And then in a fighting game, like if I'm Ryu and I keep mashing on heavy punch, like my character's literally not going anywhere. I'm just going whoosh, 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 and you're just not doing anything, right? And we'll get into this a little bit once we get to fighting game player. But yeah, like you start to understand that movement is a little more important. You know, the first thing that I tell everybody is, you know, like I said, you know, the economy of buttons and learn movement, understand movement, focus on movement. It's more important to learn how to move your character than it is to smash buttons, you know. Movement is like so important in fighting games, especially if you're going to be playing 2XKO, which is a brand new game coming out, obviously, which just came out. Movement is going to be so important because you got to learn how to dash and wave dash and jump and do all these crazy things. It's super, super important. Well, Kusanagi's moves take some places, sort of. A lot of them are the special moves. Special moves, that's how it always was in older fighting games, not so much now. But in older fighting games, normals didn't move, specials moved. Anytime you had a special move that stayed in place, it was weird. That's how it was a long time ago. Obviously, the rules are completely different now. But movement is very important, right? And so that's one of the big hurdles from going from beginner to casual is you learn to stop mashing. It's really like one of the biggest things. It's one of the biggest things. You learn to stop mashing. And what's tricky here is you can see there's bronze on both and there's gold on both. So like what is it, like in the middle or what? No. So the reason why I've overlapped some of these rankings here, and again, those rankings are just for reference, is because it depends on the character you use, right? Blanca, Honda, like they are excellent for beginners because once you learn how to do a Honda headbutt, or a butt slam, you just butt slam your way to victory. And it works, and it will work for a lot longer than other characters and like you spamming one of their moves. Like butt slam is going to work for a very long time. And you will get a lot farther spamming butt slam than you will with a lot of other characters and a lot of other moves out there. But again, from beginner to casual is, so when you're casual, you're just hitting buttons. You're not even really sure what the button's doing. You're not sure why you hit the button. You're just doing it. But once you start realizing, okay, I want to butt slam all day because no one can stop this. So I'll keep doing butt slam. Like you've literally, like even though that sounds ridiculous, you've literally developed a game plan, right? Like I am not just going to smash buttons. I am going to butt slam them to death. And you know what? if they can stop it, good for them. I hope they can't. Let's go, right? And that's the end of it. And so that's like the first real wall that you have to achieve, is getting past the point where you're just mashing and starting to understand that there's a purpose, a reason for you to hit a lot of these buttons. And, you know, you realize heavies are for range and damage, mediums are good for quickness and here, you know, to hit at this little middle range, and then lights are you want to do when you're close up to the opponent, etc., etc. Like, you start realizing how to use your buttons, how to use your moves, and you actually start developing, like, you'll start being like, oh wow, this button's really good at hitting people jumping at me. You know, you're a Kimberly player and you're like, crouching heavy punch keeps hitting people out of the air. They can't beat it. So you learn how to use a move that way. And that's kind of how when you get into casual at that point. So Sam Show is the why'd you press a button stupid game. It really is. Oh man. Let's see. I learned on Alpha 2 with Sakura. Looking back seemed perfect choice. Yeah, because Sakura's standing heavy kick was such an ignorant button. Holy crap. Holy crap. Beginner, you learn to stop mashing. Master, you learn when to mash. Yeah, it's true. Mashing is important. Now, again, as long as you do it for a purpose, it's worth it. Again, when you get to the highest levels, if you watch someone like a Daigo play, or you watch someone like Punk play, like, every time they do a move, if I stop them at that point, could freeze time, except for me and Punk, and I'd be like, hey Punk, why'd you press this button? He'd be like, well, in round 1, he tended to do this, so I'm predicting that he's gonna try to do it again. So I'm trying to stop him from walking forward by pressing this button in this range where he tends to walk forward, right? So, you know, I'm trying to show him that, like, dude, they could probably go on for like 10 minutes describing why they press the button. It's crazy how much detail can go into that. Like, some people might be skeptical, like, what do you mean, why did I press the button? How many reasons could there be? Bro, bro, you have no idea. You have no idea how much reasons there can be for pressing a button at a specific time. It is actually crazy, right? And again, you don't have to worry about that until you get all the way up to hardcore, okay? Trust me, you don't have, well, actually, by the time you reach diamond, you should have at least a better understanding of it. So, lost to an Elena that mashed. I'm 25 now, but I was really 9 and 10 when I was first learning Street Fighter 4. I don't remember doing my first Ultra or my first Demon or my first One Frame Link. Yeah, I do have a question. How do you help your friends learn to play fighting games when you learn things at such a young age you can't remember learning it yourself? Well, this is going to take me on a completely different tangent here, because this is a very important topic that a lot of people run into, because, you know, getting better, at least we're fortunate that we do have online and a lot of good netcode these days. This problem is not as severe as it was in the past. Now, some people won't have the ability to play online because their internet sucks, or, you know, they're just in a region that just doesn't get good connections and people just keep avoiding you because you have to play on Wi-Fi, so everyone avoids you, or whatever the case is. So you find some friends who you played video games with, like you find your Madden friends, or you find your, like, you know, friends that you play all these other games with. You're like, come play fighting games with me, and you try to teach them. They're like, I hate this, I don't want to play, I'm done, right? Like, it's really, really hard. This is a very, very tough situation to overcome. But the main thing is, the first thing that's really important is, if they really don't like fighting games, don't make them play. Don't try to keep forcing it on them. Honestly, like, I know it sucks. Like, you're the only person that might play fighting games. If they really don't want to play fighting games, just don't force them, because it's only going to get worse. The more that you try to get them to play, the more they are going to resent the game. the more they are going to hate the game, and you aren't doing yourself any favors. It's just all it comes down to. Maybe the best thing you could do is just, hey, you want to watch this tournament with me? And he can watch and hype things happen. He's like, that's cool. I kind of want to do that. Like, maybe that might be a better way to get them hooked, is to watch some tournament play, right? Like, yeah, but it's true. I was a table tennis player. Would be funny to think having a chance versus the pros after 500 matches. Again, dude, you guys are delving into all the topics that I talk about all the time. The problem is that video games trick us into thinking we're good at video games. All of us think we're good at video games. Then you watch games done quick and you're like, I suck at video games, right? Like, you can't do half of that shit in Mario 64, right? Like, it's just kind of ridiculous, right? Like, you can't. But every video game is designed to make you think you're getting better, because your character gets stronger, you get more power-ups, you start doing more damage, and so you run into the enemies that were giving you trouble earlier, and now you just slaughter them, and you're like, cool. And games do this so well at faking whether you're good or not at the game, right? I mean, I always give the example that I was told that in the original God of War, by one of the guys who helped, was one of the battle designers in the game, every time you die and you reload, you gain 1 pixel of health. You literally gain 1 pixel of health. So maybe after like 10 reloads, you gain just enough life that, you were able to kill the boss, but you didn't know that you gained more life because you can't tell, right? Video games are designed to make you think you are powerful at them because it makes people enjoy them. And so the problem is when people go play fighting games, they think they're good at video games. And so I should be able to do the 1-frame link that I see Justin doing, because I beat this video game that everybody says is really hard. Right? Like, that's the problem. And so if I said like, oh my God, look at Kyrie Irving, look at the crossover dribble. And like, if you're trying to learn basketball, you're like, oh, dang, that's sick, but it'll take me a while to get there. Let me learn how to dribble first, right? Like, it just, like, LeBron James like does crazy behind the back and you're just like, oh, that's so sick. He's so good. I can't do that, because the thing about it is when it's a physical barrier, it's so tangible that there's no way your brain can trick you into thinking you can do it. I want to learn how to do crazy between the legs, behind the back dribble, whatever. Like, you try it and you bounce the ball into your nuts and you're just like, oh, and you fall over. Like, this is like immediate feedback, right? But like, because it's a video game, you think you can press buttons as good as anybody else. You think, I literally had someone tell me, like, why shouldn't I be able to do Rufus's 1-frame link that Justin does? I should be able to do it. I should be allowed to do it. And I was like, why? Why are you allowed to do that without practice? Like, why? Why do you want to feel like you can do this? I was like, just do dive kick and just do low short into galactic tornado. Just safe on block. It's fine. That's all you need. And they're like, no, I should be able to do the same combo that Justin's doing. And I'm like, why? And it's because people think that they are supposed to be good at video games. There's this weird entitlement that they feel like they should be good at video games. It's just really kind of how it works, right? And so, yeah, a lot of times when I teach fighting games, quick man, I use Dark Souls to teach people, because it's a game that everybody has played and they can relate to it, honestly. But that's why everyone thinks that they should be able to fight a pro after 500 games in fighting games, because it's a video game. I'm good at video games. I can play video games. I beat this game. I beat this game. I beat all the Dark Souls games. I am good at video games. Why can't I be able to fight these pros? Why? Because you're fighting against another human being. You're not, there's no patterns to memorize because the other person is actually thinking. So like my favorite example that I teach in fighting games is when you walk up to a skeleton in Dark Souls, you know kind of how far that skeleton swings his sword. Then you fight another skeleton, he's got this giant spear, which reaches really farther. So you start standing outside the spear range, right? You're playing fighting games, number one, because you're spacing, you're distancing, you're standing, you know how far they can hit, so you stand outside of it. You stand outside of the range, the skeleton walks up and goes, hooah, and they miss, and then you run up and you kill them, right? That's cool. Well, what if that skeleton was being controlled by another human being? Would the human being just be like, oh, I'm gonna swing while the enemy stays outside of my sword swing range? No, like, you're not gonna wanna do that because then you swing and then he kills you, right? Like, that doesn't work. So you stop swinging until you can get closer to him. So you just keep moving forward at him. And so now as the other guy, you're like, shit, well, he keeps coming at me. Well, then I don't want him to be this close to me, so you swing first. And then, he runs into it, but then he's like, oh, I see. When he gets scared, he swings at me, so I'm going to back off. I'm going to walk into the range and back off, and now he swings and misses, and now the skeleton kills you for what you were trying to do to him in the first place. Dude, like, it's fighting games. When you are fighting, like, if you imagine that the skeleton in a Dark Souls game is being used by another human, like, you realize how everything changes, right? Like, you literally understand now how to play fighting games. It's a distance thing, and you're just trying to bait people into doing things that make them feel confident enough to do the thing that you can use to kill. That is fundamental fighting game right there. That's footsies, that's neutral. You're playing neutral when you play Dark Souls, but the problem is in Dark Souls, you are guaranteed that the skeleton is going to swing at some point. And so the strategy works. So even though you've learned to beat Dark Souls, as soon as you fight somebody else in a fighting game, they are not guaranteed to swing. So what do you do? What do you do now? Because you have no idea when this mofo is gonna swing. How do you win? How do you win? This is fighting games. This is fighting games. Welcome to fighting games. How do I know when the opponent's gonna do this? That is literally the problem that everyone is trying to solve to win fighting games, from the beginner level all the way up to the top. How do I know the opponent is going to fighting games? Fighting games. And so, like, back to my original point, the reason why a lot of people feel like they should be able to do these hard combos or that they should be competent after 500 games is because video games are good at making you feel strong, that you get better. And a lot of times you do get better, but a lot of it also is you've just gained power-ups or whatever like that. In fighting games, there is no such thing, okay? Because let me tell you a real truth here. And this is what makes fighting games so beautiful. This is what is the essence of what makes fighting games so great and is so difficult for people to process because they don't like to think about this. When you watch Punk play Cammy, that is the same Cammy you are using. He's not stronger. It's not faster. It doesn't have more moves. It doesn't have more experience points. Literally, when you go into the game and you pick Cammy, that is the exact same Cammy that Punk is using. Which means he's just good. And everything that he's doing with the people that he's beating, the things that he's winning, are because he's good. And when you're playing Cammy and you're losing to everybody, that's because you're not good. That is because you suck, right? Like, that's just what it comes down to. Like, Punk is not using a powered up version of your character. Like, he's literally using the exact same character with the exact same moves, with the exact same health, with the exact same reach. And yet, I've always said, if you hear me on commentary, good players make characters look like they're faster than when you use them. It feels that way. It feels like when somebody else is using the character that's a pro, it feels like they move like, wait, isn't that a super laggy move? Every time I hit that button, I feel like I'm stuck forever. It just feels like everybody's faster than you. And that's it. The only difference between your Cammy and Punk's Cammy is that you're not good and he's really good. Again, fighting games are about looking deep within your soul and accepting that you're bad and you have to improve. Now, the important thing about this here, I'm totally not talking about the topic here that I want to talk about. I'm creating like 9 videos for my editor at this point in time, but the important thing is, yeah, okay, so you're just like, well, I just have to realize I suck at this game? Well, then I don't want to play this. This is stupid. I'm playing this for fun. I'm trying to have a good time. I don't want to play this and just realize I suck at everything. Like, what's the point then, right? Well, let me tell you what the point is. The point is, I will guarantee you, I promise you, okay? This is my James Chen promise to you, right? If you do have the time, make sure you have the time to dedicate to trying to get better at fighting games. And you go through this whole beginning part where you're just like, God, I suck. God, I suck. This I'm so annoyed. You will reach a euphoric point where you're like, I get it. Oh my God. Like, oh, I get it. I get fighting games now. I get it now. Like, this happens to a lot of people. I can tell you the single moment that I had that epiphany. I remember it like it was yesterday, honestly. And I discovered, I was like, oh God, this is how you play fighting games. Oh, what? And then the other second part of the guarantee is that you will fight somebody else, and online, local, in a tournament match, wherever. You may not know who this person is. You may have never met them before, but you play this long set online or whatever, and you can feel it. You are adapting to what they're doing, but they keep adapting to what you're doing. And so you have to adapt to what they're doing, and then all of a sudden they come up with a solution to your solution. You're like, yo, bro, that was sick. Like, good shit. And so now you start mixing it up to do something to foil that, but they already predicted that you were gonna do that, so they foiled your solution before they even had to see it. But then you do something sick, you totally bait the guy into doing something, and then you blow them up, and then they fight, and you just have the most amazing mental battle across multiple games. And it doesn't even matter if you've won more games or not. By the end, you don't even remember. You guys might have even played like 50 games in a row, but that one-upsman game, like, oh, I got you, 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 is going to be one of the greatest feelings and greatest experiences you will ever experience in your life. Again, this is a James Chen promise that if you are willing to stick with fighting games long enough through all the suffering at the beginning, this will be one of the greatest moments of your entire life. I still remember when I was playing Guilty Gear Strive very early on. I tell this story a lot. I'm playing Potemkin. Some guy challenged me on an arcade machine playing May. And we just had the longest set. And it was like, haha, I finally figured this guy out. Now time for me to dominate him. And then he actually was smart enough to change it up and start blowing up what I was doing. I was like, shit, okay. And like, we had this like amazing back and forth. Like, it was just like the sickest back and forth. Like, I predicted he would jump, and I, Heavenly Potemkin Buster, but then he would do this, and he totally baited me trying to do this, and he gets the big giant May punish counter combos and all this stuff like that. And after we were done, like, he had to go, So he got off the machine. We went back to the lobby, you know, the hotel lobby thing. And I swear to God, we spent 5 minutes bowing to each other. Like, we didn't even like type in the chat. We just made our avatars bow at each other. And I swear to God, we were there for like, I mean, 5 minutes is maybe an exaggeration. Like 2 minutes, we were just sitting there bowing to each other and doing waves and laughs and then bowing again and shit. Like, because we just had the most goddamn fun, because it is just such a wonderful feeling. The other example that I give was, and if you were on one of my previous streams very recently, you've heard me tell this story before, was when Hotashi and Latif fought each other before EVO. There was a lot of talk, who's better, EU or NA, EU or NA, EU or NA. And Hotashi at the time was kind of like, you know, pretty much like top 3 in NA. And Latif was like top 3 in EU/Middle East region and stuff. And they were talking mad shit to each other. Like, it was just like, no, our region better. So they arranged it, and I think Yipes was the one who streamed it, to do a 1st to 13 between Hotashi and Latif. If you have a chance to watch this set, I would recommend it. Now, obviously the characters that they were using at the time have changed a lot, and the game has changed a lot. Doesn't matter. Like, it's just a wonderful match because they were playing a 1st to 13 and neither player ever got a 2-game lead. Neither player got a 2-game lead. It was always 1 even, 1 like even, oh 1 even, 1 even, oh 1 even. Like, it was the craziest thing. Neither of them could get a 2-game lead on each other. And it was in the middle of like when the score was like 11 to 11. And I'll never forget this moment because it is one of my favorite fighting game moments of my life. I loved it. Was that these two were fighting each other, and this wasn't even between a match. Like, someone died in a round, and it was just between rounds. And keep in mind, these two were talking so much shit to each other, you know, NA, EU, there was so much at stake here, blah, blah, blah. It was like 11 to 11 or 12 to 12, or it's like right at the end. And in between a round, like, someone did something, killed the other guy, and like, nobody looked at the other person, like, they just kept looking forward, and they fist bumped each other. Cause like, something just happened that was so sick. Like, one person just held the fist, the other one fist bump, and this was in between rounds, and then they just kept playing the next round because they were having that experience. They were having that experience of, oh my God, this guy is playing at my level, and we are just like as the players, they're like, you guys watching this have no idea the sick reads we are doing right now. I know what sick reads he is doing, and of course I know mine. He knows, and like, you're just like, dude, like, we are playing like so sick, and this is just the best feeling ever. So when you are starting to play fighting games, sure, it feels shitty that, you know, you have to realize that you suck and it's hard. But so the first advice I give you is, I can make this promise, is if you keep at it, the euphoric moment where you're like, I get fighting games now, oh my God. And the other euphoric moment of when you first have that match against somebody else. There's a third euphoric moment too. There's a third euphoric moment, and it is not as wholesome, but there will be oh dude, right? Cynical, right? Cynical says that 1st to 15 was like the peak of Strive in my eyes. It was so good. It was so good. But the third euphoric moment that you will get is you are going to play somebody and you don't know why, and you can't figure it out really, but you know everything that guy is gonna do. You're just gonna have that round where you're like, boom, shimmy, he whiffs a throw, you do it again. And then you throw loop him, and you throw loop him, and you throw loop him, and you're like, yeah, he's gonna check now. And you shimmy, and then he whiffs, and you hit him. And the next round, you just like, know he's gonna overhead. You know he's gonna press a button on wake up, and you hit him. And like, for some unknown reason, you kind of like double perfect them, but like, It was because you somehow just knew what they were going to do every time. You're like, you know what? He's going to DI. And you don't know why you think he's going to DI, but you're like, I think he's going to DI. And he DIs and you counter the DI and you kill him. He's going to wake up and drive parry. And he drive parries and you throw him. Like, you can't figure out why, but at some point in time, you just know everything this guy is going to do. And it sucks for them, but you're just like, holy shit, that's so crazy. Like, it happens. Like, you will play that match where for some reason you just know everything the other guy is gonna do. And you're like, bro, I'm sick. Because that's what happens. That's what happens sometimes. And that's because you've reached the point where you're starting to understand the mind games. I did this to him. I did this to him. I did it to him again. He's at the breaking point. I just feel it in my bones. He's at the breaking point. So I will adapt before he adapts. He's gonna tech the fourth time. So now I will shimmy, and then he whiffs the throw, and you kill him. Like, it's annoying. It's weird. I did that in a Street Fighter 4 match one time. I was fighting somebody who was using Ken, and I knocked him down. I walked up with Cammy, and I stood there, and right when he got up, I backdashed, and he went, Shoryuken! I did low forward drill. I stood right next to him, and as soon as he got up, I backdashed, and went, Shoryuken! I did low forward drill. Stood there right next to him, as soon as he got up, I backdashed, Shoryuken! Low forward drill. Stood right next to him, as soon as he got up, I threw him. Like, sucks for the other guy, but like, when you get to that point, you know you're starting to understand the human psychology. When is this guy's breaking point? Is this guy a spaz and he's just sorry, probably shouldn't use that word. Is he nuts and he's just doing whatever, like, so I can take advantage of this? Or is this guy really defensive, so he's just never gonna tech or whatever? Like, once you start understanding how to play based on human psychology, like, that is like one of the most euphoric moments ever. I think I remember Combo Fiend was once on comms for a Marvel 3 tournament, and he just said every move that happened in the match 3 seconds before it happened. Justin used to do the same thing. I beat Gutex in a tournament one time he tried to throw me when I got up, and I did instant Tiger Knee, EX Tiger Knee dive kick with Cammy, which links into Ultra. So he tried to throw me, I did that, and I killed him with that. And literally on commentary, I didn't hear it, but, you know, I saw the replays and Justin told me about it. Justin was commentating. He's like, Gutex is going to go for a throw and James is going to kill him for it. Like, he said that, and then it's exactly what happened. And that's why Combo Fiend and Justin and players like that can do that. And again, they can't explain it. They just feel it. This is the heart player thing. This is the heart player thing that I talk about. It's just like in their bones, they just know this is gonna happen. They just knew what's gonna happen. So, wait, what are you triggered about, Madden? What are you triggered about? What are you triggered about? I remember watching Daigo stream here, and he threw a random guy, then continued to walk up, throw him 7 more times in a row because he just wasn't blocking. Then the next run, he walked up the dude to throw. Daigo jumped, neutral, and then did some kind of combo off a throw whiff. So good. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about this point. Okay, got it. Yeah, for sure. I'm not good at getting in players' heads because the game I've been most competitive in has been DDR, a game where competitive play is basically just 2-1 player games. Yeah, so NES Tetris is the same way. Whenever I commentate Tetris, you guys don't affect each other directly. The way that you have to think about getting into other people's heads, again, I've done this before in very, very early First Attack episodes, is rock, paper, scissors. That's it, right? Like, you might feel stupid, like, but I don't want to turn Street Fighter into rock, paper, scissors. Does that just mean the game is just guessing? And no, don't worry about that. Like, understand how you play rock, paper, scissors. Everybody has played rock, paper, scissors, right? You play a 1st to 10 with rock, paper, scissors. Rosham, or like, what is it? John Campo shoot, right? Like, oh, Jump, cam, pose, shoot. You both did scissors 2 in a row. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now what's happening in your brain? Is he the kind of guy that would throw scissors 3 times in a row? Should I play rock? Or should I just do scissors again because it's safer? I don't think he's gonna switch off of scissors because he's, you know, what, like, would he actually anticipate me trying to hit him with rock? So he's gonna play paper. So that's why I should stick with scissors, because then scissors will, like, you've already done this. That's really what fighting games are. The hardest part about fighting games is it happens like 17 times in like 10 seconds, right? You're like, oh God, should I have, oh, he did this, should I? Whoa, you know, like, it's crazy, right? But that is exactly what it is. That's how you play fighting games. Is he the kind of guy that would do this multiple times? Is he the kind of guy that would change up? Like, if I play rock on him and beat his scissors, is he automatically gonna go to paper because he's like, oh God, stupid rock, and so he goes to papers, and so you pre-adapt before him and you go scissors, and he's like, stupid scissors, I'll play rock, and then you play paper like this, right? Like, there are some people who are just like that, and those are the guys that you are going to beat by predicting everything they do and have that euphoric moment, right? But then you like play one of your friends who, like, you know, you guys know each other and you're like, I know he likes to do rock. So what I gotta do is scare him off of rock. I'll play paper, maybe lose a couple paper games to get him to realize that I'm playing a lot of paper. Like, that's fighting games. That's exactly what fighting games is, except, like I said, there's like 17 of those situations that can happen in like, maybe 10 seconds is exaggerating, but like 20 seconds, like 17 doesn't happen. And the problem is like, you are playing like 15 rock, paper, scissor games at once. Like, literally you're in the match. You're like, okay, so when I knocked him down with drill, he did this last time. When you knock him down with throw, guess what? Even though you get the same mix-up, it's a different situation. After throw, last time he did this. Oh, last time when I hit him with this, I did this. And I did this twice in a row. It's another one. Okay, after I hit him with Kim's Light Vagabond, right? I'm +3, but last time he tried to jump away, so he got away from my throw. So I gotta do crouching medium kick to hit him before he can jump. Like, literally, you are playing 15 different RPS games, and you have to kind of remember what all of them were as you are playing and apply that same stupid logic. Is he the kind of person on all of them? And this is what makes fighting games hard. This is actually what makes it really, really hard, right? I mean, a lot of fighting games, they are rock, paper, scissors, but they're not, because they do a significantly better job weighing each one and giving you options that beat multiple. The reason why Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI feel particularly RPS-y is because literally throws beat blocking, right? Attacking beats their buttons, and shimmy beats their throwing, right? And it's literally just an RPS triangle. So here we go. Like, here's the triangle, right? If I throw you, I beat your blocking. If I block, I beat your button. If I do button, so blocking beats the button beats your attack beats my shimmy beats your throw beats my throw because we tech. And so, like, that's it. Those are the 3 main options, which is why I always call it the Street Fighter V RPS or the Street Fighter VI RPS. When you play a lot of other fighting games, one reason why I really want invincible DPs back is because DPs beat 2 of the options. They beat throw, they beat attack, right? They lose the shimmy, but you have something now that's like this weighted option that beats 2 out of the 3. But you should have more options than that. So like this one thing only beats this one thing over here. Only beats 1 out of like 7 options. But the time that you do it, that's what you need to do. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of like kind of that stuff going on in older fighting games because you have more defensive options on Wake Up. So in Street Fighter 4, I can mash a button on Wake Up. I can DP. I can focus attack. I can focus backdash. I can just backdash, right? You know, there's a lot of things that can happen, and the offensive options have a lot of choices. So there's more of this like A beats XY, but not Z. B only beats Z. C beats, you know, A, X, X, Y, and Z, but it doesn't beat W. W, like, that's how a lot of other fighting games work. So it's not quite RPS, but it's very weighted, right? And so that's one of the tough things about Street Fighter 5 and 6 is that it is more directly one-to-one, right? And that's the things that, that's what makes it feel a little more RPS-y, right? So again, that's how you play the mind games with somebody. That's how you learn how to read them. And sometimes you can't get a read and you lose. A lot of times you'll see me play online on a match and I'm just like, I don't know what this guy is doing. I have no idea when he's gonna DP. Like, I can't read him and he just destroys me, right? Like, I just die. But I understand that I just wasn't able to read him. The thing is, the more you play, the more you're gonna run into archetypes a lot. Daigo called them boxes, I call them branches, right? I won't get into the analogies. Well, the analogies are valuable. Daigo says like, oh, okay, here's the masher box, here's the defensive box. Here. So as soon as he plays a player, what he's doing is trying to figure out what kind of player they are, and as soon as he figures it out, he puts them in that box, right? My analogy is that, you know, the tree trunk is literally how you fight the character, right? Like, I'm fighting a Blanca. Okay, I go to the Blanca tree. And now the Blanca tree, all the trees are the same, but, you know, the trunk itself is anti-Blanca strategies. How do I fight Blanca? But every branch that goes off is, this is an offensive player, this is a defensive player, this is a random player, this is a blah, and you go down that branch, and as you keep playing, you're like, oh, this guy techs all the time. He's a throw techer, and you go down this path. Oh, he does this all the time. And you keep going down there until you find the leaf that is that person. And if you're wrong, then you go, oops, go back down the branch and go find the other branch that maybe, you know, like, oh, he just teched those 2 times, but he actually isn't a techer. Whoops, go down and go back and keep winding up the branch until you find the leaf. And that's what you do. So once you get into the higher levels, which is jumping way ahead, I mean, that is literally one of the roadblocks that you run into, largely from like FG player to serious. Going from FG player to serious is where you start fighting the opponent, not just the character. Thank you, Beldrix, for the follow. But that is one of the biggest roadblocks between fighting game players who are stuck in gold and platinum getting to diamond. Because a lot of the times when you are still, the way that I've explained it many times is you are playing a one-player game. When you're in gold and platinum, what you are doing all the time is, I know this works. Hey, this is a cool mix-up. I do this. So I fought someone who played Third Strike at like an E3. It was just on a cabinet to the side. I fought him. He always did universal overhead sweep. Universal overhead sweep. He didn't understand why it worked. He just knew that it worked. And so everybody would get hit by one, get hit by the second, then they'd stand up and get swept by the third. It was just something that worked. And he would do it. He's playing a one-player game. He's playing Dark Souls. This is how I kill the skeleton. And so he's fighting people. This is how I kill a person. Universal overhead, sweep. And when I realized he did that all the time, I was just like, universal overhead, parry, dead, right? Because he's not playing against the human. He's playing the one-player game. He is doing things that work, and they're working because you've copied a strategy that you saw from somewhere, or someone told you, or you figured out, hey, this keeps working, and you keep doing it, but you have not gotten to the point where you understand that every human is a different person, and they all think differently, and that, okay, this tactic may work on some people, may not work on others, or maybe it'll work at the first round, but then on round 2, this guy probably won't fall for it again, So I need to change. And again, it doesn't mean any of the things that you've been doing were bad. It just know that you know when to stop using it or to go back to it and stop using it and go back to it. Like you'll see that a lot from a lot of pro players. They'll have this crazy tactic and it wins them round one really solidly. And then the next round, they don't do it anymore. And you're like, why would you stop? It was working. Why? Because they know the opponent's looking at that, looking for that now. They know the opponent was thinking about that, especially if they die to it, because now the kill is such a boom in your head that they're like, crap, I can't fall for that again. And so the player would be like, oh, I used that tactic to kill him, so he definitely has noticed me doing it now, so I will just stop doing it. And then you play for a while, and then you bring it back in game number 2 on round 2 when you're up 1 round, because they forgot about it and they keep losing to it instinctively. Well, you stop using it, so they have a player, you're like, I can bring it back again. So you bring it back, and then they whiff, and then you kill them. Like, it's not that a tactic is good or bad, it's just when do you use it? And that is based off of you're fighting another person. And that is the biggest hurdle that people run into trying to get into Diamond, is you are not fighting the other person. You are just not understanding how to fight the other guy. And that is one of the hardest hurdles to get through. Oh, thank you, Sartorius. you were the Luke cosplayer, right? Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Krizit. It is a hurdle that people run into at 1700, but so the difference here is that is something that happens so once you get to 1700, you think you know to do that, but you aren't doing it well. But to get past from gold and platinum to diamond, you at least need to have that rudimentary understanding. I threw twice in a row, he's probably gonna tech now. And as long as you're playing against the other person, that's what you understand. What's happening at 1700 is, okay, I just keep like doing these mix-ups here, but you don't have the ability to quite adapt and understand like the depth of it. Like the other guys, like every time I whiff a jab, he walks forward. Every time I whiff this button, he tries to hit me. So I'm just gonna set him up for a perfect parry on that. And the other player just like sees that whiff and they try to hit you and he gets perfect parry. And they don't realize that moment is actually an RPS moment. They don't realize that that's something that's happening there. They didn't notice that you're hitting them with something that's so subtle. They just think you perfect parried their attack. They didn't realize that you baited every time by whiffing this or by doing something, right? They haven't gotten to that next level yet. So yeah, when they get to 1700, they run into that's not the same. What I'm trying to, yeah, exactly. And then the excuse is, oh, they play so stupid, random, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, the difference is that when you're trying to get from gold, platinum to diamond, you just realize that that level exists. You don't have to be the master of it. You just realize, hey, I knocked you down. I have this setup where I can either throw or attack you, and I understand that what I should do is there's no answer, right? Like people will be like, oh, this is a good block string, and they do this block string. Or, oh, this is a good sequence. If I do this, I can hit them super meaty with this button. Sure, if you lab a situation where you knock down and you could double dash, press a button, it hits super meaty, and you're +6 if it's blocked, and if you hit, it's like +9, so you can leak in this cool thing, right? You're like, sick, I can do that. But what if they just block it every time? What if they just block it every time? And if they block it every time, you haven't labbed it. You haven't labbed the situation. And so when you actually play a match, you're like, crap. I will dabble dash and I'll try to throw them instead. but you go for a throw and you didn't practice it, you have no proper meaty timing, and they wake up with a jab and they punish counter you, and it leads to this big combo and you die, and you're like, this guy is such a masher. Why would he mash on his wake up? Because you didn't lab the situation, because you found a thing that worked, but you didn't lab ways to mix the opponent up if they just keep doing one thing. If you've been watching everything that I've been doing with Elena and Marisa recently, every time I'm labbing them, I'm like, this is a cool setup. How do I beat this answer? Okay? How do I beat their answer to this answer? Etc., etc. And you learn the loop, but you also understand that none of those options are the right answer. It's just all depends on who you're fighting. Again, that level right there is when you need to get from like diamond to master and stuff like that. But from gold and platinum to diamond, or from being a fighting game player to like, I'm actually serious about this because I'm getting good and like, whoa, this is cool and sick and I'm having so much fun. And you see that from a lot of the people who played in the Sajam Slam. They're like, this is cool. I just want to play in this, see what it's like, have a little fun. And they play, and they play, and the guy coaches them, and they get to gold. And then the Sajam Slam ends. And the person's like, I want to keep playing more. And they keep playing, and they keep playing. And they're like, this is fun. I'm going to keep playing. And then they get to serious. And then first time they go from gold, platinum to diamond. They're like, I never thought I would get to diamond. There's like no way I thought I would have gotten to diamond. This is incredible. And then when they reach master, you'll see a stream where they'll probably get emotional and, start crying a little bit and stuff like that, because it's like, whoa, that kind of thing. But, I don't even know what my point was anymore. The whole thing is that you have to, I don't even remember where I was going with this. Oh my God. From going from gold and platinum to diamond. I was just trying to explain what I mean by serious player is, when you get to that point where you're like, I think I want to dedicate time to get to master. And that's what serious is. And diamond is going to be where a lot of players are going to get locked. Diamond, even if you look at the statistics, most players are in diamond. The most players literally are in diamond, especially diamond 1, because they get shoved back there after they reach diamond, and you can't drop from there. And then they just decide not to play the game anymore, right? Because they have life, or another really fun game came out, or they just got sick of the game, or another fighting game came out, and hey, I like this fighting game more. Anything could happen there. But even then, everybody trying to get through diamond is where the slog happens, right? Especially because in a lot of the other ranks, if you do start getting win streaks, you go up a little bit faster. But also, this is where you are starting to fight other people, like I said, who understand now that they are fighting another human. So your matches have just increased in difficulty a lot, because now you're fighting somebody else who's trying to adapt to you, and you're trying to adapt to them. Again, not at the level at 1700, but, a master 1700, but you guys are adapting to each other, and it's a different game at this point. And you will just start losing a lot, or it just feels like it's kind of random when you win and when you lose. Like, you just I don't get it. Like, I feel like I'm playing it the same way, I'm making the same kind of reads and decisions. Like, what is happening here? Why can't I get past this point here? And this is where labbing starts coming into play. Because everything that you've been doing up to now has just been kind of seat of your pants. Maybe you lab a little bit here or there. You learn this combo. You're like, this is a cool combo. This is a cool meaty setup. But when you get thank you for the follow, Body Slam. Appreciate you. But When you get to Diamond, this is where you start learning for real the matchups, and this is where you start labbing. I don't know what to do in this situation. Let me go to training mode, find the solutions. I don't know what to do in this situation. Let me go into training mode and find a solution. Oh shit, I didn't realize that if he holds up back, he completely invalidates this mix-up. How do I make the mix-up so it works so that they can't jump back? And sometimes you're like, oh shit, I can't. This is not a real mix-up. Oh no. And this is also where you really start learning to let go of things. I love this mix-up. Turns out it's not a real mix-up. Whoops, goodbye. Let me come up with a different mix-up. This is a thing that I do all the time. People fall for this. Nobody falls for this anymore. Oh God, stop using it. You'll pick up something else. Thank you, Cheese Boogers 101 for the follow. This is where you actually have to start understanding that, oh, this thing that worked before doesn't work anymore. But it may work sometimes, so I'll save it as a shenanigan, but most of the time, it doesn't work, right? So I'm not gonna focus my game around this. You can use one tactic. So this is why we don't have a lot of expert, you don't see a lot of, you'll get them. In general, I don't want to call anybody out. I'm sorry if you're included in this group. I apologize. This is not meant to deride anyone. But Blanca and Honda players, this is where they will play, and then you start fighting people who will perfect parry your headbutts, perfect parry your Blanca balls, perfect parry your butt slams, and they're not working anymore. And so a lot of those players who like playing Honda and Blanca are trolls, and they love beating people up in the dumbest way possible. Once they get to that point and it stops working, they're like, well, I'm done with this game, and they leave. And so we don't get a lot of these character specialists for Honda and Blanca. And they have been rare characters being used forever. You just don't see a lot of Blanca and Honda players unless they're super good, right? Like at hyper fighting, everyone's a Blanca player, right? But this is the problem. A lot of them, they're just trying to troll. Once they get to that point and they can't do it, they just leave. They stop playing, right? So this is the area where you just legit are like, okay, this tactic that worked for me isn't working anymore. And again, there is the thought process of going, God damn it, that sucks. I can't use this anymore. This is annoying. But again, that's the ego talking. And like I said before, there is a solution for everything. Maybe you can figure out a way to make this mix-up work. Maybe there isn't a way that you can make this mix-up work. Maybe you can tweak it and it becomes a different mix-up, but it ends up better. It becomes a legit mix-up. This is where you are learning how to meld your game plan. This is where, the way that I want to describe it earlier today when I was thinking about this, the way I described it is this is where you really start understanding your character. Up until this point, you think you know your character, but in order to get to master, this is where you start really understanding your character. I know what I am capable to do. And you start understanding a lot of the other characters as well. You start learning the matchups. You start learning what their mix-ups are. Before you get to Diamond, you could win just by doing your shit better than they do to you. You can just win a match by just, hey, here's my cool mix-ups. They worked. Good shit, I won. Once you start getting into Diamond, that's not gonna work anymore. Especially once you get to Diamond 3 and Diamond 4, etc., etc. That's just not gonna happen. You can't just rely on your mix-ups doing more damage and you just being able to make them guess wrong more often than they will do to you. This is where you have to start evaluating everything. People have said, I don't know how to check. You fight a Zangief, right? So, like, crazy thing. Every time I fight a Zangief, right? Every time I fight a Zangief, I'm like, is this a forward heavy kick Zangief? Is this a forward medium kick Zangief? Is this a stand heavy punch Zangief? Is this a jumping Zangief? Because I guarantee you in Diamond, they're gonna be one of them. And so you have all these tactics, and you're like, this tactic works. You know, all the Zangiefs have died to this, and then all of a sudden they do one thing, and you're like, oh, well, this doesn't work anymore, so I guess I can't use this. But you know what? The tactic still works. You just have to have the right opponent who will fall for it, right? So don't erase it, but just understand that you shouldn't use it in this particular situation if you run into a Zangief who throws heavy punches out a lot. Or maybe you're just like, I react to everything with drive impact, and the Zangiefs keep dying, and you're like, this is so easy. And then you run into a Zangief, and he goes jab, and you go drive impact, and he SPDs you, and you watch all your health go away, and you're like, what am I supposed to do now? No, just, this is where you understand your character, learn to do something different against that strategy, and, you know, this is where the Street Fighter really starts to kind of happen here. But again, you have to lab things at this point. You have to figure things out, especially in a game like this. Some games are not going to be as lab heavy, but it's the same kind of thing. You have to understand what is actually happening. So when this guy does a mix-up to you, even if you can't block it, because like 2x KO is crazy, but if you know what's happening in the mix-up, and if you know what their options are in that mix-up, at least you understand the mix-up. At least you know, okay, the way that I beat this mix-up is I either crouch block or stand block, but throw will never work. And if you don't understand that, you could just be throwing a bunch of times and you just get hit when throwing is not a solution to a single thing. You're literally wasting your defense by doing something that literally has no benefit to you at all. But because you don't understand the situation, you get scared and you tend to mash throw. And eventually, you know, someone might come tell you, like, there's no point in which I'm going to try to throw you. There's no reason to throw. There's no reason to tech. You can't punish anything with a throw. Why are you trying to throw? Like, I've heard this conversation many times. Why are you trying this? Because I know it doesn't work, right? And if you don't lab the situation, that's it. You're wasting your time doing something that has literally no benefit. Thank you, Battle Sep, for the follow. Thank you. So this is the area where you have to start understanding that, and that is going to help you get into Master. Now, you know, a lot of people who are in Master, who have gotten to 1600 or whatever, they'll be like, dude, James, like, people in Master are that stupid too. Like, they just play whatever, blah, blah, blah. Again, different characters, different people. You get a lot of different situations, but in general, these are the skills that I feel like you need to learn to try to achieve that next level. And once you get to hardcore, where you are a master here, oh, this is just where, you have to understand and accept that you are playing this game and you had better abide by its rules or you can't succeed, right? The players up and like through Diamond and all that stuff like that, up until when you get to Master, you can kind of just do your thing. You can get smart, you can lab all these things, and you can play the way that you want to play, but then all of a sudden Master, the way that you want to play stops working. And you're like, what the hell? And then this jury player just drive rushes you like 5 times in a row, and you checker like the first 3, and then the 4th one she hits you and does this giant combo that like drains 50% of your life and you die, and you're like, this guy is a scrub. All he's doing is drive rushing. This sucks, right? Like, you get into these kind of modes. It's because you're trying to make sure the game adapts to you as opposed to you adapting to the game, right? So you have to understand this is the game that we're playing. and I have to start playing this game. On top of the fact that everything that you've learned up to this point needs to be ramped up. You need to get better at the labbing. You need to get better at understanding the psychology. You need to get better at all this stuff, right? So this is, like, without question, the biggest difficulty leap when you go from diamond to master. Because the problem is, everybody who's made it to master, like when seasons reset and everything, they're all crunched down in 1500. Like, it is a wild west at 1500, okay? Like, every kind of player and every kind of type, they're all just there. Like, there is like 20 pools that you should spread all the people into 20 different pools, but they're all in that first pool, right? So you just have no idea what you're getting, and it gets crazy. And yeah, this is where it gets really hard, because you have to learn to kind of temper the craziness. You have to be like, okay, this guy drive rushes, so I need to not worry about jumps. If he jumps in on me, maybe I won't DP, but he likes to drive rush, so I'm gonna focus on the drive rush, right? Or you know, like, oh God, I just had an example. I can't remember what it was anymore. Oh, so let me tell you my example, okay? My example. Yeah, for the longest of time, I have been stuck in that 1500 to 1550, back down to 1500. I'll drop into like 1480 or something like that, and I'll get back to 1500, and I'll get back to 50, and then I get to 1570, and I'm like, I can get to 1600, and then I fall all the way back to 1500, and I'm like, God damn it, I hate everything. I hate everything. Like, I hate everything, right? And it's because I was trying to play the game that I wanted to play. I have achieved over 1600, not by a lot, but in my first time that I have ever really, like, tried to, like, seriously, like, okay, James, you need to get better at this. You need to play stronger. And I really started hunkering down and really started playing the game that I was given, right? High level play highlights all the things you don't like about a game. Yeah, sometimes, but a lot of the times high level play also, some of the highest level plays are invisible. Like, the guy didn't press a button. And like, sometimes you'll hear commentators like, I can't believe he didn't press a button. You know, but if you're just casually watching it and there's no commentator, like, nothing happened. And you don't realize that that was just the most brain crunching decision ever to not press a button, you know, kind of thing. It's crazy. But, you know, what actually got me consistently from, you know, being stuck in that 1500 range to the 1600 range, right? And I will admit, like, I haven't gotten much further than that, but that's just because I've been playing a lot of the other characters. I've been focusing on trying to get everybody to master, as opposed to really playing a lot of Kimberly online. But the thing that really made the difference was that my tendency, because I play a lot of old fighting games, is I want to be aggressive and I want to press buttons. I am literally the meme of, like, I didn't pay $60 to not press buttons. So whenever I play footsies, I try to hit a lot of buttons. I'm always trying to do all this stuff. And one day I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna focus on whiff punishing. I'm just gonna focus on whiff punishing, and like, that's it. Like, I'm just going to whiff punish. And what that did was it just made me stop pressing buttons. And so I just was moving around a lot. So even though I said one of the first lessons you should learn is the economy of buttons, like, I'm a strong enough player that I could get all the way to master, but I still needed to reinforce that. Because, you know, you hear me on commentary a lot when I talk about, like, K-Brad playing Cammy. I'm like, dude, the guy never hits buttons. And I know when I play, I have to hit a button. Like, I have to. Like, if I go on really long and I don't hit a button, like, I literally start getting uncomfortable. And I've gotten over that. I am not hitting buttons much at all anymore. I have actually whiffed punished things, and when I do, I'm like, oh my God, I whiff punished something. Oh my God, I'm a god, you know, kind of a thing. And like, yeah, like I've gotten to 1600, but the key thing is I have played a bunch of matches and I'm still there, which means I have learned something fundamentally that has made me stronger. And for me, it was in particularly stop hitting buttons, you know, because I was always trying to poke first. I was always trying to poke first. And so people would just whiff punish me or, you know, stuff like that. And the crazy thing is, you know, I understand the game enough that once I stopped hitting buttons and they couldn't whiff punish me, they stopped pressing buttons. And that made me understand how to get in closer to them. So now I knew when to hit buttons. You know, like this is all like a lot of top players like, I can't believe you didn't understand this, James. Like I understand it. But like, it's weird when you play, like I always give the example in Street Fighter 4, like I would commentate M. Bisons and I'm like, don't jump, it's the only way he can land Ultra. And then I fight a Bison and I jump and they hit me and they land an Ultra. And I'm like, dude, if I was commentating this, I would be so mad at myself. Like, it's weird. Like, it's like when you're in the moment, it's like hard to think. It's hard to think properly, you know? But again, to get to that pro level of Grandmaster is where you have to take every lesson that you've learned to get through all those walls and ramp them up. So like I said, even though beginner to casual is stop mashing buttons, like that's essentially what was killing me, right? Even in Masters. So you got to take everything to the next level. And then on top of that, you have to really understand what the game is doing, right? You can play a character and at this point not be drive parrying a lot. But now once you get to this level, you have to be like, I have to learn how to drive parry. And if I get thrown, whatever. Like I have to put it in my head that I gotta try to drive parry, perfect parry all these things. Because that's Street Fighter 6. That's how you play Street Fighter 6. Another thing that was killing me, back in the 1500s is that I never got good at drive rush. It's like, what does that mean, James? I always did parry double tap. I always did parry double tap. And if you do parry double tap, you don't realize this, but you are giving the opponent like a big old flash, like I'm gonna drive rush. And so like I used to get my drive rushes checked all the goddamn time. You know what was another thing that got me from 1500 to 1600? I learned how to drive rush better. I learned to do forward drive rush, no parry, so that I just start with the drive rush. And I've been hitting way more people with surprise drive rushes. But like if you don't sit down and think about it, like I like to do parry then double tap because it was just easier, it was comfortable, I never messed it up. And I just forgot. I just been doing that my whole entire time. But that's not playing the game. You aren't playing the game that's in front of you. You are trying to make the game play in a way that makes you comfortable, right? And that's just not how it works. That's how almost everybody who has never like, so this is one of the reasons why when a lot of people go from one game to the next, they get so mad. They're like, this game is so scrubby. Street Fighter V was real footsies because there's a Street Fighter V player, because they're still trying to make, so they've understood how to play Street Fighter V, but they've never had to make that transition to suddenly not play the game that they're playing. And so they'll sit there and be like, you know what, I like Street Fighter V because it does all this. And then when they play Street Fighter 6, they're trying to play their Street Fighter game, Street Fighter V game as much as possible. And they keep telling themselves, this is what real neutral is. Street Fighter V neutral is real neutral. None of this drive rush, skipping neutral crap. Right? Like they hate, like they're like mad at that. Like someone, like I said, someone will always post up that video of like, look at this scrubby jury player. He drive rushed, I checked him. He drive rushed, I checked him. He still drive rushed, and then he hit me and did this big old combo. And I just think to myself, what part of that is not playing correctly? It clearly worked, and you are not discouraging him enough from doing that. Like, that's a valid tactic. That's how you play. right? It's like when a lot of people went to Street Fighter 3 the first time. You go from Street Fighter 2, where all you do is hit people with meaties, and now all of a sudden you go to Street Fighter 3, you try to do meaties and they parry, and you spend your whole entire time, and parries are dumb. They won't let me meaty anymore. Stop meeting. Like, throw them or something. You know, like, do something. You know, stop trying to force what you want into the game and start adapting to the game. This is what I said a couple of weeks ago, that the Japanese players are the best at, right? They don't ever, you don't hear them being like, boy, I wish this game played like this. Boy, I wish this game played like that. You'll hear them complain, this is scrubby, but then they learn how to fight it, right? I mean, it's weird, because if you come into the West Coast until recently, like, nobody was using Mai. Who was the best Mai player in America? Like, there really kind of wasn't an answer to that, right? A lot of people are like, I hate Mai. She's annoying. She's scrubby. And so a lot of people just didn't play her. You go to Japan, they're like, Mai is scrubby. And then everybody played Mai, right? Like, they're not trying to be like, I need to learn how to beat Mai with my character because fuck this character. I hate her. She's scrubby. Like, everyone in Japan was like, hey, Mai is better than my character. I'll play Mai. So a lot of the Japanese players, there was a ton of Mais in Japan, right? So, like, they understand, right? They understand that I will keep adapting with the game as opposed to I keep wanting to force the game into what I do. Thank you, King Hanky Panky, for the subscription. Appreciate you very, very much. Also, I will try to do this. If you guys can, please join my Discord. I will be starting to do a lot more stuff with my Discord eventually. I am behind on doing a lot of things. I want to do like ways that you guys can request match analysis and all these other things and stuff like that. I definitely want to do stuff like that, so that will get there eventually. But please join the Discord. Also, the more people I get in there, the more that it will start being able to facilitate the things that I hope it can facilitate, etc., etc. And shout out to Cyberpunk for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, Japan, like they just learned to use modern controls. They don't like it. Japanese people will complain about modern controls being scrubby, like viewers and all that stuff, just as much as a lot of other people, but they just don't really, they're like, well, let's try it. Like, Tokido literally tried using modern Ken at one point, you know, he tried modern Ed, I think, at one point or something like that, but like, you know, they try it out. Okay, if it's so good, then let's use it, right? I don't know what it is about the Western world that is so, like, there's that ego problem, but a lot of it is they're just kind of stuck. Like, this is my character I use, this character sucks, nerf this character, instead of now what we're seeing with, like, Knuckle and a bunch of guys just going and playing Mai, right? Just play her. If she's so scrubby, play her and win, right? Like, well, you didn't see much character swapping till 5, or am I crazy? That's actually, true and not true. In olden days, before there was internet, you always had a secondary that A, covered your other matches, and B, was strong enough that could get you through the majority of the first rounds of a tournament. But because nobody knew how you played, and you could have tactics that you could save for nationals, a lot of players would purposely play their secondary for the first few rounds and kill everybody, and then switch to their business character. That's what we called it. That you had a business character. That is when you needed to start winning. And so a lot of people, so back in the days, you always had at least 2 characters. Always. Like, almost everybody, unless there was like the super character specialist. But most people would have 2 characters. Use one, beat up a bunch of people, and then you got to the good players. Now you need to bust out your crazy shit, but you didn't want everybody seeing what you were doing before that, so that you could surprise them with countless shenanigans, right? Because like I said, shenanigans were like, they're legit, especially if people haven't seen them. So, so back in the day, we did have to play other characters, but then when you got to something like Street Fighter 4, by the time you got to like the end of Street Fighter 4, there was like 47 characters in that game. You had to learn 47 matchups every time you picked up a new character? Bruh, like, no, I'm not doing it. And so people didn't change as much. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, like seriously, if you like Blanca and you like winning, then keep playing Blanca. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. Definitely keep doing that. So, but that's just, you know, I forgot what the question was that got me to this point. But, oh, right. It's just to get from master to grandmaster. And, you know, again, you know, even though I complain about, you know, a lot of, you know, players not adapting Mai or whatever, they are still doing that. Like, they still know what's strong in the game, and they will play the game that way, you know. And some of those strong players will be the ones posting the drive rushing jury stuff, you know. But, you know, that's what's going to hold them back, right? Because they're like, this is scrubby play. But no, it's not. This is optimal play. Like, clearly, every time they drive rush, and this is why I want to change drive rushes with my balance that I have said millions of times, so I won't go over it again. But if the person who checks the drive rush can get as much damage with the same amount of resources as the person doing the drive rush, we change. But right now, that's not the case. That the person doing the drive rush can do way more damage to you with considerably fewer resources than you can to them. So if the jury player drive rushes and gets checked and loses this much, and they drive rush and they get checked and they lose another this much, and then they drive rush again and they hit you and easy confirm into big old combo into level 3 and they do this much, why are they playing wrong? Why are they playing wrong? Why are they playing scrubby? Tell me, in all of your logic, why are they playing scrubby? Why is this a scrubby tactic? It's not. It is an optimized tactic. It is something that is working. So why is it scrubby? Because in another game, this wasn't available, and so you had to... Dude, it's another game. It's another game. Except that this is how this game is played, and learn to fight it. And learn to fight it. In fact, in Japan, it's been said, and I need confirmation on this, that people have gotten so good at finding drive rush times, like the drive rush, that's like, they realize it's such an optimal strategy that Japanese players are a lot, like, it's rare for them to try to check drive rushes. A lot of times they just don't even try because they realize that's just not in their favor. The drive rush game has advanced. The checking the drive rush game has not, because there's not much you can do. Because when they got good at checking drive rushes, Bison drive rushes and then scissor kicks, and so your check now whiffs, and then they hit you for a punish counter and can do more damage. So they're just like, yeah, this is a good strategy, so we're not going to try to fight it. Right? Like, we'll just try to play around it and do other things, you know, and find other ways to beat it. And again, they're trying to play the game that's in front of them, right? As opposed to being like, I hate drive rush, I need to kill it. I need to kill this stupid, scrubby ass move, so I'm gonna try to check it, and then you die because they've advanced drive rush checking, they've advanced drive rush technology. And that drive rush checking technology hasn't really gone anywhere. Maybe there is technology that eventually someone will find that actually, like, is an option select that beats something like that. But right now there isn't. And so, like, Japan's like, well, we're just going to stop trying to check drive rushes. Right? Because they're like, it's, yeah, do they might think it's scrubby? Probably, but they're not going to spend all their time being mad at it. Right? They're just like, okay, it's good. Let's find a different way to fight. Let's just play around it. Let's just hope that if they raw drive rush and I survive, it takes them a while to gain drive gauge back, so I'll just try to burn them out or something like that, right? So, yeah, like, yeah, 99%. So I just said earlier, I don't know if you guys heard me, but I said that I got all of my drive rushes checked, but I kind of realized why that was happening. Now, there is the situation where the person that you are playing against is just hitting buttons. And if they are just hitting buttons, you are going to get checked all the time. These are not the players that you should drive rush at. If they are hitting buttons, you need to get them to stop hitting buttons, work on your whiff punishing, or just learn to out footsies them. If they're hitting buttons all the time, learn to out footsies them. Once you start getting into the detailed footsies, that is when you actually start getting the drive rushes in. But let me show you how I drive rushed and why I always got checked, right? I just said this earlier, and it was something that I did early on. I never corrected it, and it was a bad habit this whole time, and I die. So, let me actually jump over here for you guys, you can see this. So, this is how I used to drive rush. And I got killed all the time. This is how I drive rush. And so, like, if you're not, like, really paying attention, you're like, why? Why are you getting checked all the time, right? Because I did this. I did drive parry forward. Look at the screen, look at the bottom, look at the purple on the frame meter. There's 9 right there. There's 14 right there. I am giving everybody 14 more frames to react to my drive rush. I just gave everybody 9 more frames to react to my drive rush because I'm inputting it badly. I've just given 14 frames for the person to react to my drive rush. Because whenever I drive rush, I have this big old flag that I sent out to people by doing that. Right? And you don't think, like, 9 frames is a long time. You don't think that it might be a long time. You're like, it's just 9 frames. That's like 9/60th of a second. Trust me, the human brain reacts to crazy things. And as soon as you see this, your brain is automatically going to shift to, maybe he'll drive rush. So now I do the proper way to drive rush. And look at that. Like, I hit within 4 plus 12, that's 16, 17 frames. I hit on the 17th frame. Whereas before, when I did this, 15 frames, 15 out of 17 were me parrying on the middle of the screen. Like, of course I never hit anybody with a drive rush. Of course that's why it's getting checked. So for those people who are actually getting their drive rush checked a lot, make sure you realize if this is what you're doing. Because this is significantly faster. Like, that is just, like, I can't even tell you how many people I hit with this now. I hit people with this all the time. This is actually one of my #1 ways to open people up, right? Like, it's really good. So you do the forward drive rush, no difference. So then in your case, Billy Badass, is that you're just trying to drive rush. Remember when I talked about you're not playing a 2-player game. You're just trying to drive rush at somebody because this is a strategy that worked. And it worked on other people. You won matches because of it. And now you're fighting someone and you're just going to try to drive rush because it worked. You're playing the 1-player game. You don't realize you're fighting against somebody who just keeps hitting buttons all day. And as a result, you just keep getting checked by them. So, again, while raw drive rush is an excellent strategy. And the way I've described it, it's one of the most powerful, scary strategies ever. But you know what? Against certain players, you just don't do it. And that's where you start playing the 2-player game. That's where you understand this is a crazy spazzy Ken. And he's just doing stuff and he's, doing dragon lashes and Jin Rise. Okay, I'm not gonna try to drive rush. I gotta whiff punish this guy, right? So now you can kill him with that. And maybe in the next round, he's scared to hit buttons all of a sudden because you've been whiff punishing him. Now you can drive rush. Again, you don't remove the strategy from your game. You just keep playing the human until it gets to a point where it starts to work. Then you can throw it back in there. Every decision that you make in the fighting game should be in the interest of learning about your opponent or because you learned something about the opponent. And remember, that is, like I said, kind of the difference here between platinum and diamond. But, to Mikey's point, at 1700, a lot of people still don't do this. Again, once you're in master, you have to make it you have to hone in on everything that you've learned to the nth degree. And literally, when you run into a player and you don't know what they do, the first thing you do, like I said with my tree analogy, is the trunk. You play the matchup, right? But when you play the matchup, you are trying to see how they react to everything you do. So you are picking things to start with because this is what works in the matchup. This is what gives me an advantage in this matchup. I know this. And then you fight the opponent and you see how they react. So again, even though the first things that you gotta do are not based on any knowledge of the opponent, the decisions that you are making are in the interest of learning about your opponent. And as you continue to learn about them, you go through the different branches until you can get to the leaf, right? But the whole thing is everything that you do is based off of learning what the opponent likes to do. I will try to throw you and then you tech and then not a throw loop situation, but I'll do something and try to throw. And if they tech, you know what? I'm gonna do it again. I want to know how crazy of a techer you are. I'm gonna do it a third time and you teched it again. And oftentimes when I play a match online, I'm like, well, I can shimmy this guy. And then when I really need to win the round, I do woo, and then they whiff and then they die. And then I do this big old stupid combo that just completely destroys them. So again, even though I am letting them tech my throw many times, I'm doing it in the interest of learning more about the player. If I fight somebody and they tech on their wake up like this, but then I do a meaty button like this and they block it, I'm like, are they delay teching? So I will do this and then I will just fake and then I see them press a late button. I'm like, oh, late teching, right? But, the way to test late teching is to walk backwards and see if they press a button and you can whiff punish that. But in any case, regardless of whether you punish at that time or not, you're gaining information. It's the interest of gaining information. And once you've gathered all that information, you can start making assumptions. Okay, he's this kind of player. Even though I've never seen him do this, I have fought 200 other players similar to this guy, and they all tended to kind of do this. And so you make an educated guess based off of the fact that you've gone down these branches, and even though this branch ends in 50 leaves, there's slight variations, but in general, everybody on this branch does the same goddamn thing. So you can start making assumptions based off of your history of playing a lot of the players who play like this, because as crazy as it is, the way psychology and human anatomy and brains and all this stuff works, a lot of the times, two people who play similarly will make the same decisions. It's weird. But that's how you do it. So you start making your decisions based off of not necessarily that I learned exactly from this guy, but you've played so many matches that you know in general the guys who play like this tend to do this, and so now you can punish them for it. And that is basically like, that's where fighting games is. Like I said, Daigo called it boxes. Like, oh, this is this kind of person who lives in this box, and he puts them in that box. Oh, this guy is this kind of player, and he puts them in that box. And here's my general strategies that beat this box. And he does that. And again, they might veer from the path and do something that they normally don't do. But again, that's information. You don't go, what? Why would you do that? You get hit by something that you don't expect players of that type to do, and you're like, whoa, he's willing to do that? That's interesting. So he's that kind of player, but he's willing to do this. Interesting. More information. Now, every time you play, you just keep gathering information. Everything that happens is information. And everything that you should be doing against the opponent should be based off of that information. I figured out he likes to. I figured out he wants to. And if you don't know, then you do something to get that information. What's up, 6string89? Thank you for joining. Sino Suprino says, yo, J-Man, been doing work with Chun-Li. She is beating Platinum 4 so far. Good shit. Let's go. Let's go. I think micro-walk combos should do more damage. Yeah, but... you know, that's a whole different conversation. So, but yeah, like, again, like, I definitely jumped all over the place. This stream was definitely not as organized as I wanted it to be. I don't know what my editor's gonna do about this. I'm sorry. Because there's a lot of great discussions that can be pulled out into their own separate videos, which probably should happen, but I'll discuss it with him later on, and we'll figure out what to do here. But again, like, yeah, these are all the common roadblocks. So let's just do a TLDR over here, okay? So when you're a beginner, you don't know what you're doing. You don't have a game plan. You're just mashing buttons, and that's fine. You're just hitting things, you're just doing things. You're trying to have fun, and that's cool. That's absolutely cool. If that's all you ever want to do that. And if you're playing with friends locally, just pick dynamic mode and go nuts. You'll have fun, right? And if that's all you ever want to do, that's cool. Do it. Like, nobody, like, anybody out there who says, you suck, you're only in this, you suck. Like, but if you have no intention of getting better, who the fuck cares what these people say? Do your thing. If you're having fun, you're having fun, right? But that's essentially what you get in beginner, you know, and again, you know, for Street Fighter 6, that's like about rookie to bronze, but in other games, it's going to be different, ranks, like, you know, Tekken, I don't know all the ranks, like, like, oh, that's the blue ranks. You know, I don't know what the colors are. I forgot. But, like, yeah. So that's basically that situation over there. And so to go from beginner to casual is when you learn to stop just pressing buttons and doing stuff. You start to realize, hey, I should stop hitting buttons because my character's not moving, and it's better if I don't. And you start learning, like, oh, this move is not very good. It doesn't reach very far. Let me switch to a different button. Let me try something different. And you start doing that. It's, you know, it's where you kind of start realizing that there is a purpose, that the economy of buttons starts making more sense. Economy of buttons being that if you pretend every time you press a button, you spend $1, you want to spend as little as possible. So you're only going to hit a button when you really need to hit that button. And so that's, you know, you're not going to learn it to the degree, like I said, even me, I didn't learn it to the right degree, and it came back to bite me once I got to master. But, you know, here in this situation over here, like, you're going to learn it to a degree. You're not going to learn it to that degree, but you're going to start learning this here. And then when you go from casual to fighting game player, I don't even think I talked about this leap. I think I completely skipped this leap last time. But this is where you start developing a game plan. When you go from casual to a fighting game player, this is, oh, here's a Blanca. This is how I fight Blanca. Oh, here's Ryu. This is how I fight Ryu. Like, you start being like, oh, this works. I'm gonna do this. Like, this is where you start developing your repertoire of things that you do to kind of beat other people up, right? Like this, okay, this works. You have more purpose, you have more, understanding of like what works and what doesn't work. And yeah, you start playing a little bit more. Hey, thank you, Codename Bar, for the follow. You start understanding, what works, and you start honing in on that. And it could just be something as simple as like, dude, I just realized I can win all these matches by just doing butt slam headbutt with Honda. And you just keep doing it and you just blow everybody up, right? Like, it's like, whatever, it's cool. And that kind of works, right? Or, like, oh, with Ryu, I've learned how to fireball uppercut and this works. Or Guile, I Sonic Boom, I chase my Sonic Boom with a drive rush and I'm blowing up a lot of people, but this is working. With Kimberly, like, I cancel a button in the run, and they keep getting hit by the run, so I'm just gonna keep doing that, and you start learning the things that are working, and you continue to use those kind of things. And that's what gets you to that point right there. Fighting game player to serious. This is where, fighting game player to serious, like I said, from gold, platinum to diamond, this is where you start realizing that you are playing a two-player game. Like, if you keep playing the one-player game, you will be stuck in gold and platinum forever, right? If you are, because like I said, you figured out what works, but now you have to learn how to adapt, right? That is, that's a perfect keyword to understand exactly what I mean by learning to play the two-player game. You have to learn how to start adapting, right? If your tactic stops working or you find out that Cammy's spin knuckle is actually a really terrible move in Street Fighter V and people who are good just see it and can punish it on reaction every time, like, I have to stop doing this, right? Right? The people who get stuck in gold and platinum are like, what? This doesn't work anymore? What the hell? This is dumb, blah, blah, blah. But that guy just keeps doing that. That's cheap. That's so broken. You can't beat it. Like, that character's broken. He's too good. Like, once you start realizing, like, oh, God, I need to fight this other guy and realize that he's a human and he's gonna adapt and do these kind of things, like, that will get you into diamond, right? That's what's gonna get you into diamond, when you really start learning how to fight another human. This is where you will run into those euphoric situations where you fight somebody who's at your level and you can feel each other outsmarting each other, and after you're done playing like a 10-game set in the battle hub, you're like, that was sick, and you just like, that was the most fun I've ever had. And when you go, okay, I get fighting games now, because like the adaptation, the counter adaptation, and it's just like, it's just a sick feeling when you play that match for the first time. But that's what's gonna get you from being a fighting game player, where you know how to Sonic Boom, you know how to dash, you know all the mechanics, understand all that stuff, into a serious player, is because now you also are starting to get into the psychology of the game. Up to, being a fighting game player, you're playing the fighting game, you understand the systems, you understand the mechanics, you know how scaling works, you can do stuff, you understand the fighting game. When you go from fighting game player to serious is when you start understanding the psychology. That, oh my gosh, I can make this guy scared, he'll do this 3 times, but that's his breaking point, so the 4th time he's gonna do something different. That's where you start getting into the psychology. And then from serious to hardcore, this is where you become a true player of the game. This is when you start labbing. This is when you start really understanding your character and really start understanding opponent characters. You don't have to know everything about their character, but you have to understand how to fight their character. If you run into one of those headbutt, butt slam, Hondas, and you don't take the time to lab how to counter that, you will be stuck in Diamond forever. You will never grow. Like, Honda's headbutt is -3, right? It's -3. Most characters have a way to check Honda in which the only way Honda can beat that is with an OD headbutt or a super, both of which you block. You get to murder him. You get to murder him, Mordor him, okay? Oh, I haven't switched the camera. Whoops, I've been stuck on this camera for the whole time. Whoops. But like, yeah, if you fighting against a Honda here and he does this, all headbutts, like Billy says, are -3. If Honda does this, Kim can do crouching medium punch. And the only thing, and I've labbed this, the only thing Honda can beat that with is the things that beat everything. An invincible move or armored move, so his OD headbutt works. A super, which is an invincible move, or perfect parry. Those are literally the only thing he can do. But if you don't lab this, you might just be blocking headbutts all day and just being terrified, right? Like, what if you do something like, you know, you block this headbutt like this. Oops, I erased it. So he does this and then standing fierce like this. And I jab and I get punish countered, right? Like, oops, I double jab and say like, oh shoot, I don't know how I hit him that time. Oh, it's because the distance can change, which is really annoying. And he counter hits me, and now I'm like, shit, I can't even press a button after I block that? And now you're scared to press a button for no reason. For no reason. So in order to get from serious to hardcore, now you've got to start labbing everything. Now you've got to actually learn how to fight these characters. And you're not going to learn everything, and it's going to take, you don't have to learn everything to make that jump. But the strategy is, like, you're like, well, all these characters have like 1,000 things that they can do. Like, how do I lab this? How do I can't lab everything. What if I don't even know? That's why you play matches. You get hit by something and you're like, you know what? I legit don't know what to do to this. And if you say that to yourself, go lab that. You don't have to lab anything else. Just go lab that interaction. And then you keep playing and you run to the next thing. What am I supposed to do to that? Lab that situation and then keep going. And you'll build up your knowledge. And you know what's going to happen is the next time you fight that character and the thing that you lab works, you're like, dude, I am the best. Like, this is awesome, right? This is so cool. Like, you can feel that. You can feel yourself getting better and the things that you're labbing works. And that's cool. That's one of the joys of fighting games right there. So you don't have to lab everything. Just lab the things that are killing you. No, all of his headbutts are minus. All of them are minus. They're all minus. But like I said, the reason why that this actually hit me is because there are distances, God, I'm not finding it right now, where my jab will miss. And again, this is weird here. This is just a Honda headbutt problem. Right there. See, my jab missed. My jab missed. There are distances where the jab will miss. And if you don't understand that Honda's headbutt can land him in multiple distances, which is super annoying. It happened in 5 too. But that can happen and you get hit one time, you're gonna discount the whole entire thing. And then Honda's gonna headbutt you for free over and over and over and over and over again. How do you lab against my? Yeah, that's a really wonderful question. That is a really, really wonderful question. I'll tell you what the best way to lab against my is. Oh, actually, I'm not gonna do that. That's what I'm gonna do. This is how you lab against my. Crap. Oh, cool. Cool. Crap. Cool. Cool. This is how you lab against my. Or do this. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Whoops. Ah, yes. Ah, dang it. 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 Yes. That's another way to lab against her. Well, yeah, she's going to drive rush and do all sorts of things to murder you, but that's the whole point, right? If I can learn to perfect parry, you see what I did? I perfect parried and I hit a button, right? Like that. And I still was able to block in time, right? So this is a solution for Kimberly. If I can perfect parry this at this range here, and then press a button, the hope is I can hit my while she's trying to drive rush at me. But then she can change it to hit a button and beat you, blah, blah, blah. Dude, it sucks. It sucks. It really is. It sucks. It does suck. This is why a lot of people think Maya's broken because, whoops, this is just too strong. It's just too strong. It allows people to get mix-ups in kind of for free, right? So, again, keep in mind, one, that if she ever does OD fireballs, there's only one bounce. So this is the timing that you probably want to learn how to parry. And in fact, you probably actually want to learn how to parry it while standing. You probably want to do that, right? That's important because if you, I'll show you right here. Oh God, I hate that. This is why I actually think being able to walk away from the fan was actually kind of good for my, because trying to stand up and parry it is really annoying. There we go. Oh no, it went away. Crap. I thought the fan would still be on the frame meter. If you stand and perfect parry it, you get rid of the fan earlier than if you crouch and perfect parry it. So, like, look at the fan when it hits me here, right? Like, let's do it close up here. Bam. Oh, God, there's no way to show you because the fan disappears from the frame meter as soon as you block it. But basically, like, you know what? I'll mash. That's what I'll do. Right? So, like, look at that. I got, like, one, you can see the 6, 2 6s, and I got 2 jabs out of there, right? Like, I got 3 jabs, right? So I actually got 3 jabs out in that time. I started the 3rd jab, right? But if I stand up, oh, this is the different button. Crap. How am I going to show this? I can't really. There's no way for me to, oh, you know what? I can do this. Whoops. I didn't mean to perfect parry that. How funny. Like, if, oh no, that's not going to work because I always stand up. Crapola. How do I show you guys this? All right, let's do. I can't do the same thing from crouching as I can from standing. That keeps me standing or crouching. Basically, if you crouch, the time at which you perfect parry the fan is later than if you stand and perfect parry it, which means Mai has that many more frames to attack you. So learning to stand and perfect parry it is very useful because that gives Mai a smaller window to do whatever she feels like doing. If you crouch and perfect parry it, it will unfortunately give her more frames to do stuff. And also, no matter what anybody tells you, trying to perfect parry things from crouch to stand you up into the fan, making perfect parry easier, is not true, okay? I don't know if there are a lot of people out there that still believe this, but I have seen top players say this, and it is not true. Doing this from crouching to stand up in the fan does not help you at all. This does not make it easier for you to perfect parry. As you look on this screen, it's hard to see, but there are 2 purple squares here, and Kimberly is still crouching. You can only perfect parry in the first 2 frames. She is still crouching. You literally don't stand up until the 3rd frame. So it actually does not make it easier to perfect parry by making yourself stand up into it. You can only perfect parry it in those first 2 frames in which Kimberly or anybody else is still crouching. Oh, man. Oh, sorry. What are you saying, Billy? What was the question? I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. Oh, can I show you an example of micro walk? Yeah. I can show you that. Is that what the question you're talking about is? Is that the question that you're talking about? I can show you an easy example here, which I'll show you one example with Kimberly, okay? If I do this, well, actually, I can do it anywhere. This just works. Actually, let's do it in the corner. If I do this, and then drive rush crouch medium kick like this, right? I can normally do crouch strong, stand strong, crouch medium punch, stand medium punch, stand heavy punch as a combo, right? So that's normally a combo. So what I'm gonna do here is that I can do this and I hit her and I'm really close up to her, right? So like I hit her with this and I do low strong, stand, God damn it. Stand strong doesn't hit. Okay, so I have learned now that I have to do just one crouch strong to do the combo because I can't do the full combo. Now, here's something funny here. I am plus 10. So you can see down here on the screen over here, I am plus 10, right? My crouching medium punch is 6 frames. This is a 6-frame startup. So I only need to be plus 6 to hit you. So I have 4 extra frames? What can I do in those 4 extra frames? I can micro walk. Oh look, I can do the whole combo now. Just because in those 4 extra frames, I moved just a tiny bit. Now the combo works. Because normally when you do this, you're just too far away for this to hit. But if I do a micro walk, hey, look at that, it works. Now, this micro walk is really easy because it's a 4-frame window. Most micro walks are a little bit harder than that. But let me show you another example of why micro walks are so strong, all right? I used to be able to do this with Cammy. I don't know if I can still do this properly here. But if Cammy does drive rush crouching heavy punch like this, she's plus 11. So if you have a button that's like a little slower than that, like, what was the combo I used to, no, I did, let me think. I did, what was the combo I did? Okay. Oh, yeah, that is the combo. So this is an 8-frame startup, and when I do this, I'm plus 11, right? So here's a standard combo. Whoops, what am I doing? What am I trying to do? So that's plus 11, right? So right, okay, so I can do, right? So I can do that. So, into super, woo! Right? But if you remember, if you know something about the way that the mechanics work in this game, if I drain some of my drive meter, if I walk forward, look at the speed in which my drive meter increases. Look how fast that is. Look how fast that is. So basically, when you're walking forward, you actually build meter. So look at this. So if I do this after the drive rush cancel and hold forward, I build meter. The thing about it is you only need 1 pixel to exist to do a drive rush cancel. So if I learn how to micro walk, whoops. Hey, look at that. I got 3 drive rush cancels in that combo because I micro walked 1 time. Because this is plus 11, but this is only 8 frames, I have 3 frames to walk. So all I need to do is micro walk 1 time. And if I get that micro walk, I gain 1 pixel of my drive rush. And that gives me enough to get 3 drive rush cancels. God, why do I not cancel that? Oops, and I didn't do it that time. I missed it. There it is. Look, see, I just did 3 drive rush cancels, right? And so if I really want to kill somebody, like if I do it with no drive cancels, whoops. Ah, God damn it. Where is my goddamn DP? Okay, hang on a second. I have to sit up straight here. I haven't played Cammy in a while. Oh my God. Okay, you know what? I shouldn't be resetting so fast. There we go. There we go. Okay, so this combo here, let's see. Okay, does about 5,022 damage, right? Oops. I don't think I got it. Okay, why am I not DPing? What am I not hitting here? How am I not DPing? That's so weird. Okay, bro, dude, why am I having, because you know why? I have to hold the heavy punch button, and I mean, I have to hold the heavy kick, which makes it weird. Like, it's funny that I'm better at the drive rush. Dude, bro, seriously, what is wrong with me right now? Nope. There it is. Thank you. Good God. So this combo now did 5,401 damage. So I did 400 more damage. And that could be the difference between a kill or a not kill. And like Mike Lee says, you could actually do, maybe I just need to build a little bit more super meter. So, you know, extending the combo a little bit gives me that super meter. But again, these are very hard combos to do. So this is only a super expert thing. Don't even worry about it. Just because you know it exists, that's cool. Don't even try. Don't even try. There was another question that somebody had that was really good, and I can't remember where it was. It was really close to where Billy asked his question as well, I think. I can't remember now. I can't remember now. Yeah. She has to, yes. And you know what? It always makes me sad because every time Punk has done that combo, I have not been on commentary. And I've always wanted to call it out, like, he did the micro walk combo, you know? Like, normally if you do this, back medium punch whips, right? But back medium punch is 5 frames. So with a plus 11, you can do a lot. Like that. I can micro walk and do the combo. right? And so you can do that. I've always wanted to be on commentary. I've never been on commentary when he's done it. And he's done it a lot, too. He's done it a lot. And so it always makes me super sad that I've never just happened to be on commentary when he's done it. So now, again, I don't know what a good Terry microwatt combo is. I don't know if there's one that actually, like, helps. But, like, it's all frame data stuff, right? So if I do this, I'm +9, and low strong is a 6-frame startup. Like, I could definitely do then at least, like, but I don't see, like, after I land this, all I can do is this. So I can do, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what a good Terry microwatt combo is, unfortunately. So let's see if I did, like, okay, that's startup 9 frames. If I did this, that's +9, that's +6. This is only 6, Jesus. So this was +9. And so if this is 7 frames, this is 6 frames. So I could do something like, okay, that was a microwatt right there. Whoops. See, the problem is I have to remember that I have to cancel that one right away. See, that didn't work. Well, that's not a combo. See, I didn't cancel it. See, and now I get a third one right there. But again, that probably doesn't give Terry anything. So the fact that microwatt combos exist doesn't even mean that every character has a good one. It's really going to depend on the character. Every character's different. Some characters might not have a single useful microwatt combo. I don't know if Terry has one. So, down forward fierce? Terry doesn't have a down forward fierce. Unless you're talking about something. Are you just talking about this move, or are you talking about this move? Terry doesn't have a down forward fierce. So I don't know which one you're talking about. Just this move here? Because that's only +5. No, 3 heavy doesn't exist. This is not a move. This is the same as down at 2. 1, 2, and 3 heavy are all the same move for Terry. They're all the same move. So I don't know. I'm confused. Is it this move? And like I said, this is only +5. So he can't even really micro-walk half of this. Bro, why would a Ken Pro risk a loss of a hard combo dealing 150 damage more if it doesn't finish in 99.9 of the time because the situation is more or less never given? You telling theory, but practice looking different. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, a lot of people won't go for it because it is too risky. Like, why try it? Now, there are definitely situations where like the guy's just like, you know what? I need to try as much damage as possible because I'm gonna burn myself out. So I need to do as much damage and pray to God that this kills. And so sometimes they'll do it. Sometimes people will do it. It's very rare though. You very rarely see people actually do microwatt combos, and except in the case for like Punk doing that Cammy one, but that's because, like I said, +11 into a 5-frame move, you have 6 frames to walk and back medium punch. That's a big ass window, so it's very consistent and easier for someone like him to do, right? So for Cammy, in that situation, it's 400 more damage. I mean, look, if you're not sure if something's gonna kill, you might just try it. And you know what? If you practice it enough, again, it's a 3-frame window. in Street Fighter 4, being able to turn 1-frame links into 2-frame links made people be able to do it super consistently. So it makes a big difference if it's a 3-frame link. Like, they can do it pretty consistent. And if they've practiced it enough, because there was one point where I could do that Cammy combo pretty consistently. I just haven't played Cammy in forever. But there was one point where I was doing that Cammy combo super consistently. So it might be worth it if you've practiced it enough, honestly. But if you haven't practiced it, don't do it. Like, don't do it. But yeah, also, like Mike Lee says, if your gauge, like if you realize that you don't have enough meter for 3 bars, you might just do it because the next few hits will give it to you. Right? Yeah, with Ken, like I said earlier, some characters, it's just not worth it. So like I said, with Terry, I don't know if there's a reason to micro walk. And if Ken doesn't have one, don't do it. Like, there's no reason. Again, it's going to depend on every character. Some characters will have a reason to micro walk. That Kimberly example I showed you doesn't give her much more damage, so maybe it's not worth it. Probably isn't. I've never tried it in a real match, because I don't care, right? But, I mean, and there may be some cases where I just want as much damage as possible, so I'll do it. And I can do it pretty consistently. You saw I did it like 4 times in a row because I've practiced it a lot, but I've never tried it in a real match because I've never felt like I've needed to. But sometimes it might come up, and sometimes you just do it. So, yeah, so, again, like, there are reasons to do it. You can't blanketly say there's not reasons to do it. And if Ken has one that works, then that actually gives him an advantage, then that may be something that he has to do. I don't know. I don't know enough about Ken. But it could be there. It could definitely be there. So, but yeah, perfect example. J&V says, for Ed, will they risk more to get the level 2? Dude, that stupid dream combo is so hard to do, and they all do it anyway. They all do it anyway. But one of the reasons why they do it is because if you mess up, it's not like the combo drops and now you die. You just pivot into a different path. So that's why Ed's is worth going for. That's why you just go for Ed's, because if you're wrong, no problem. With a lot of these micro walk combos, if you're wrong and you mess up, then they block and you've just lost a ton of damage, right? That's the thing. That's the difference. Hey, what's up, Rotendo? Rotendo. I've known a Rotendo. Is this a Rotendo that I know? But yeah, you tried to do it for 2 hours and got it out 1 time out of 100 tries. Well, the problem, ADM, do you know what the secret to that combo is? Do you know what makes it work? I mean, I'm sure you do. I'm just asking right now because if you don't actually know the secret to it, what makes it dream and what makes it does it, like, you will be here forever and you'll just like never get it. Like, do you actually know like what the actual secret to this stupid dream combo is? I did at the time, but that spilled out of my brain forever. No. See? Oh, cool. That wasn't a cat that I kicked. Whew. So, the thing that makes... Oops. Hey, Mike. Check out my actions down there. Check out the things that you can redeem points. I don't think you've seen this yet.
James, switch the camera.
There you go. Thank you.
James, switch the camera.
Yeah. So I have the ability to have people do that for me. So yeah. Well, thank you for the follow, Rotendo. Appreciate it. So the way the Ed combo works is if you look at this move here.
James, switch the camera.
Okay, I got it. I got it. If you look at what Ed is doing over here, and you might have known this, but I'm just going to explain it for everybody else's sake. The last hit has 3 active frames here. In general, moves can be canceled on any of the active frames, but since you cancel into the super, you tend to just do it on the first active frame. That's what most people do, right? So this is what you're gonna see most of the time.
James, switch the cameras.
Okay, look, I've already done it. So there you see, if you look at the screen, it is one active frame into the super starts right here. One active frame into the super starting. You cannot do the dream combo if you do that. That's it right there. That, I messed it up. Messed it up. Messed it up. Got it. So now look at the screen. 3 active frames into the super. In other words, I canceled the 3rd active frame into the super. This is what allows you to do this. And then on top of that, you also have to learn how to time that stupid part to make it work, right? That's another tricky timing part there. If you cancel on the 2nd active frame, you will get the double bounce. And that's why you hear the commentators go, oh, that's the 2 bounce version. It's not the optimal dream combo. If you actually cancel on the 3rd frame, you'll get the single bounce, and then you get the actual dream combo. But again, it's not even just doing, say I did on the 2nd frame. You also have to learn how to time that stupid follow-up properly, because there's no easy way to time that either. So even if I cancel on the 2nd frame, if I don't time that, I don't get the combo. Oh, that's 1st frame. There it goes. I don't know what the timing of the follow-up is. Okay, that's 2nd frame. Oh God, I did it too early. And because you can't frame kill into this, there's no way to do it accurately. See, I messed it up again. So all of that has to be done to do the dream combo. And it's really fucking hard to do this. However, like I said, if you mess up, you still get the entirety of level 2 hitting. So it's not like the worst thing in the world. That's why they go for it. That's why it's worth going for it. The follow-up timing is the worst. It sucks, dude. I need to figure out what it is, and then that way I can learn stuff. Like, and you probably need audio, because a lot of times you can base it off of the pow. Like when you hear her bounce off of the fireball, you memorize the pow into button timing, pow into button timing, pow into button timing. That actually makes it a little bit easier. So I'm sure most Ed players need to have the headset to be able to do it a little bit easier, if that's how they learned how to do it. That might not be, but again, it's fine to risk it in a tournament, because if you don't land it, you don't die, and you still get the majority of the benefits, right? You'll get the drive gauge drain on the last explosion hit. You'll get decent damage, but you won't get the entire full screen corner carry and all this meter that you get to build up for doing the full dream combo. So what's up, Lightus? How's it going? How's it going? So that's the Ed combo there, basically. But that just kind of went all the way off from talking about microwatt combos. Thank you, Owl. Oh, I almost called you Owly. That's a while. Thank you for the follow, a while. Appreciate it. So, Jesus Christ, it's already midnight, and I never even got past the first topic, dude. I never even got past the first topic. Wild. Okay. Maybe I'll stream again later this week and cover these other topics. Is dream combo required for Ed? No. Do not try the Ed dream combo the roadblocks to getting to the roadblocks here. Let me see. Oh, I'm not showing the mouse here. The roadblock. Do not try it until you are at least here. Okay? Like, don't even sweat it. Again, as I was saying earlier, it's okay if you suck at fighting games. Don't try to do everything right away. I was talking about this because I was talking about how video games are really good at tricking us into believing that we're good at video games. Trust me, most everybody in this chat aren't good at video games, right? Like, I'm just gonna say it straight up, because being good at video games is the same thing as being good at everything else. If you watch AGDQ and you watch those Mario 64 players, it doesn't matter how good you think you are at Mario 64, you suck compared to those guys, right? And the problem is, when we play video games, we're not willing to accept that, right? But when you see, Kyrie Irving do like some crazy dribble and like the way he moves with the ball, or you see Kobe Bryant like make this ridiculous shot, that like no human should be able to make, or Stephen Curry is just hitting threes all day, you're like, yeah, they're good. I shouldn't try to learn how to do that. I should learn fundamentals first, and I should like get good at dribbling, like I should learn proper jump shot form. Like, we all understand, because it's physical and we can feel ourselves unable to achieve these things, that yeah, that's fine. Like, it'll take me a while to get there. Maybe I'll never get there. But for some reason, when you play video games, when people play fighting games, the example I was giving, literally somebody told me that they were like, I can't do with Rufus, I can't do light kick into heavy punch into Galactic Tornado. And I was like, don't. I was like, dude, dive kick, low jab, low short, Galactic Tornado. I was like, or just do dive kick, low short, Galactic Tornado. It works. And they were like, no, like, why shouldn't I be able to do the same combo that Justin's doing? That's bullshit, right? Why is it that Justin can do this combo and I have to be gate kept from doing this combo? Because it's hard, it's a one frame link, and you're not good. Why is it different because it's a video game? Why aren't you mad that Kyrie Irving is gatekeeping you from awesome handles? Like, what? Because it's a video game, you feel like you have the right to be able to do something without practice? Like, come on, dude. Like, dude, it's hard and you suck. Like, don't try to do it. That's just how it works right there, right? And if you understand that, you're like, oh, that's hard, I'm not gonna try. I always give the example in Tekken. Whenever I launch somebody with the knee, thank you, Tim Cammy, for the follow. Whenever I launch somebody with the knee, I do forward 3, right? I do forward 3, juggle into the combo, etc., etc. This was in Tekken 7, and I would always get people in the chat being like, you can do more. Yeah, I'm like, yes, I know I can do stand 4, micro dash into the follow-up. Yes, I know. I'm not consistent with that. I don't care right now because I'm trying to learn how to play the game, and I'm trying to learn how to make correct decisions. And I was like, will I lose a round because the guy had a pixel left and I could have killed him had I done the heavy kick? Sure, but you know what is better than that? Not being in that position by learning how to play the fighting game correctly. I was like, I don't care. Stop trying to make me do optimal combos right now. Oh, that was the question. What is an optimal combo? An optimal combo is highest damage you can get in that situation given your resources. That's what an optimal combo is. So yeah, like, there's just no reason to try to learn these things. Like, just because it's a video game doesn't mean you have a right to do something that's difficult. That's just really what it comes down to. So if it's hard to do the easier thing and learn the rest of the fighting game. Learn neutral, learn the mental games, lab the situations, find out how to survive in this situation, find out how to survive in that situation, find out if you can make a better mix-up, etc., and do the unoptimal combo the entire time. Now, if you're leaving a ton of damage and there is a combo that is significantly easier that you can learn. So for example, if the opponent whiffs a DP and you throw them, that is a problem, right? Okay, learn something that does more than 2,000 damage, right? Because you're not gonna have to use much effort to find that. But if you notice that something that is more optimal is something that is really hard, and you can't consistently do it, don't worry about it. I talked about how you have to go for harder things, and then when you do, it'll stick in matches. But if there is a combo that you are having trouble doing even in training mode, don't worry about it. If you can do it consistently in training mode, but you keep dropping it in a regular match, keep going for it. Because you're obviously capable of doing the combo. So keep trying it until you get it, and then it'll stick. It'll just stick. This is how humans work. I don't know why. But the first time you land that combo, all of a sudden the combo will be 50 times easier. Trust me, it just happens. I can't explain it. But if it's a combo that is like you are even having trouble doing it in training mode, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Some of us have the problems of no locals nearby, like my case for much of my life. Going to majors could be unaffordable to some. Yeah, I talked about that earlier, actually. Someone asked me that question, and I basically said, like, try to, one of the nice things about, like, those World Warrior Online is that, like, literally, they put you in a server, in a Discord, with a bunch of people that are close enough to you to have good matches with. One of the benefits of joining the World Warrior is that you now have a pool of players that you can reach out to and be like, hey, do you want to play some matches online? Because again, we watch the World Warrior and you're like, oh my God, these players are too good. I can't do it. Dude, there's like 50 players in one of those World Warriors and we watch the top 8. Like, what happened to the other, 46 players, right? There's a lot of players there who are just trying to do better than 0-2 as well, right? Who knows? One of those guys might become a great trainer. You might even find out the guy lives like down the block from you and you had no idea. But you can hit up those people and, try to match up with them and play online. Find people who are close enough with you to play online. Find training partners. Find people that you can, train with and such. Other ways to do that. Join Sajam's Discord. Sajam's Discord has like 1 billion people in it. Try to find people in your area. I have mentioned use David's spreadsheet, which I will now show on the screen once again here. Use David's spreadsheet here. This is the spreadsheet. And if you go over here, he has locals all around the world. All around the world. So there's the link to that document over there. Links to all around the world, and there are countries and countries and states of locals here. So use this to find people. And then, if worse comes to worse, if you have it, and I understand if you don't, but if you have Twitter, send me a tweet. Hey, James, do you know of any locals or players in this region? And then I will retweet it. I will quote retweet it and go, hey, everybody, blah is looking for a local or some players in that area to play. Anybody in that area who would like to play him, like, take advantage of us. Use us. Use the FGC guys with reach. I've done this many times. I'm surprised at how rarely I get that question asked to me. I'm totally down to help. Totally down to help in that situation. And I've done it a lot of times. So, yeah, going to locals and majors costs money. If you don't have the means with the money, don't do it, right? And this is another important lesson about getting good at fighting games, okay? And this one is probably one of the hardest lessons and the hardest things to accept. Your life might not be in a state at which you can learn fighting games. And because of that, you need to temper your expectations about how good you are going to get. This famously happened with someone in my Discord that has been watching my streams for a long time. A guy who goes by the name of Matthew Mengi Art in my Discord. The reason why he's called that is because he likes to draw. And I've known him for years. He's been on my streams since he's one of the earliest people on my streams. And he was like, I can't get better at fighting games. I can't get better at fighting games. And I was like, bro, like, I've seen how much improvement your art has got, like, has been, like, in the last 2 years, like, or in the last 3 years. Like, your art has gotten significantly better. And that's because art is a higher priority than fighting games. So if you dedicated all that time on that art to fighting games, imagine how good at fighting games you would be right now. The thing is, art is more important to you, so don't do that. But as a result, you have to temper your expectations of how good you can get. If you are in a position where you don't get to travel or you don't have the money, you're working 2 jobs, you have a family, you're taking care of kids, etc., like it sucks, but you're just not gonna be able to perhaps get to the level that you want to get to. And that's just a reality, and that's just something that you have to evaluate yourself. But tempering your expectations to your reality, to where your life is, will help a lot, because it will make it so you don't get as mad, you don't get as frustrated. And like I said before, you know, sometimes when you're just not doing well, it might be because you don't deserve to be at a higher rank. And that actually makes it easier. When I was playing Street Fighter V, I was always mad that I couldn't get higher ranks. And eventually, at one point in time, I was like, you know what? I don't get higher ranks because I don't deserve to be there, because I'm not good enough, right? And when I finally was just like, look, I'm not good enough, like, it made it a lot easier for me to get better, one. And two, you know, if you're in a situation where you can't get better because you have other things that are clearly more important to you, you don't have to take it to heart as badly when you're losing. You know, does that mean that maybe you're like, actually, if I can't really do that and I'm super competitive, you know, you might have to make the hard decision that I'm just gonna drop it. I can't, like, as my competitive spirit, I need to be able to be good. But my life is in a position right now where I can't get that good. And if you make the decision to drop fighting games as a result, I mean, maybe that's what you gotta do, unfortunately. And, you know, it's crazy because all I wanna do is get more people playing fighting games. And so, like, it's weird for me to tell you, yeah, maybe you should just drop it. But, like, honestly, in a real world scenario, if it's not giving you what you want, and what you want out of it requires sacrifice for things that are clearly more important to you or for you, like, you have to make that evaluation. You have to make that choice, honestly. And that's really what it comes down to. And again, this happened to me because I know I used to be really good at fighting games, but I don't play them enough. And even though I feel like I should be legend rank already because, like, I used to kick all sorts of ass a long time ago, I literally don't play enough. And so whose fault is it that I'm not at legend? It's my fault. It's my fault, which is why I've been playing a lot more, not to get to Legend, but because I just want to be better at the game than I am right now. And I just haven't played it enough. And I've been starting to play it a lot more, and I'm learning all the characters. I'm trying to get everyone to master. Because to me, that will make it so that I can fight everybody a lot better. And again, not to rub salt in any wounds, but it's not hard for me to get characters to master, right? I got Elena to master in 2 sessions, right? I started in Diamond 1, and after 2 days, I quit right before I got to master. 3rd day I played, I won 3 matches, and I got into master. And that was it. So I was like, okay, I'm done. So like, I can do that. So it is a useful thing for me to do. But again, like, I've been playing fighting games for almost 40 years. So, so yeah, of course it's gonna be easier for me, right? Like, I've dedicated my life to this stupid hobby. Like, I better be able to get a character into master in 2 days, or there's a real problem here, you know? Oh, man. But yeah, I am not a legend rank because I haven't put in the time to be a legend rank. I don't deserve to be there, despite my past success and despite how good I know I can be at fighting games. I know I should be like at least close to legend rank, but the amount of time I've put into playing ranked online, because in general I hate playing ranked, I don't deserve to be there. I don't. I just don't. And that's a truth, right? And so, you know, I had to evaluate that. Is getting that high, is getting to 1700, 1800 MR that important to me? Yes, it is, actually. It really is for me. So what have I been doing? I've been putting more time into it. And that's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. But I can afford that because I'm single and I'm by myself. So like, and my job is literally fighting games. So, you know, stream myself playing fighting games is helpful for me. So I'm in an advantage situation here. I can do that, right? So, except I don't stream my Kimberly because I play worse when I'm streaming. So I don't, and if I'm taking it that seriously, I don't want to do that. So any case, I have just gone way off topics here. Again, I don't know what the hell my editor's gonna do. Is it bad if I have other priorities? Would I be looked down upon that? Look, I'm just gonna say this, okay? I'm gonna say this, and I mean this with 100% of my heart. If anybody ever looks down on you for having other priorities, fuck them. Fuck them. Seriously, they can go fuck themselves right off. That's what I'm gonna say, okay? And like I said, I mean that with 100% of my heart, okay? If anybody ever gives you shit for putting other things at a higher priority than a goddamn video game, fuck them. That's the end of the story right there. That is the end of the conversation. There's no more nuance to that conversation. Thank you for the follow, Big Bus. Big Bus. Appreciate it very, very much. Yeah. The same way I say fuck you to someone if they told me I was wasting my time with fighting games, I'd also tell them to fuck you if they said I wasn't putting it in. Yeah, exactly. You get to decide how much time you put into anything. If somebody's like, why are you wasting your time on video games? They're video games. You know, fuck them too, right? Like, this is what I love. Everybody should have a hobby. Hobbies make your life better. Hobbies make your life better. Like honestly, it does. So like, oh man. Greetings, your changer, with calls to rework Lily, noting her over-centralized kit. How likely do you think that is? The only time it's going to happen is if Capcom ever decides to actually do a larger system shakeup. Because I think that would be the best time to alter Lily to play a little bit differently. I do think she's kind of trapped how she is right now to being a slightly less than optimal character. which is unfortunate. So I would like to see some changes. But again, Lily players, if they really want a stronger Lily that isn't overpowered, they have to accept the fact that OD Wind Spire has to be nerfed. They just have to accept that. Because again, that special move is too good. I know Ending Walker put out like, oh, this is counterplay to it. Yeah, there's counterplay to it. But like when the counterplay to a move is that you have to drive reversal it, it's too strong. It's too, because you can't prepare for this move. Like literally the only real answer to OD Wind Spire is Perfect Parry. And Perfect Parry answers everything. So like, if the only answer to the game is the 2-frame windowed thing that can answer everything, that is a problem. So Lily's kit sucks because she literally has the best special move in the game. Because if you take that move, and like I said this earlier, if you made any character have to charge up the wind, and then gave them OD Wind Spire, right now, they're the best character in the game. If you gave that to Honda, they're the best character in the game. Gave that to Blanca, the best character. If you gave that to Ed, they're the best. If you gave that to Zangief, he's the best character in the game. If you gave that to Mai, she's now unbeatable. If you gave that to Kimberly, she's the best character in the game. Like, that move is too good. And so the only way you can properly balance Lily is if you nerf that move, in my opinion. So, how likely is a major system change in 6, though? If they are following kind of the pattern. So Viper gives me a lot of hope because Viper is executionally heavy and coming out at basically the same time Monat came out in 5, right? Now it did take a couple years more until we got V-Shift, but I do think, I don't even have to think, like clearly Capcom knows that people hate throw loops and they hate drive rushes. But the game is so successful right now, like, would you risk changing it and maybe perhaps damaging what you have? But I think, you know, after 3 years, after 4 years, like, I feel like you kind of have to, right? Like, I feel like you have to. I hope to all heavens and everything that at the end of Season 3 and the start of Season 4, we get a major shakeup in the systems. Doesn't have to be major, but at least we get a shakeup. I hope. I really, really hope. Because I think if you go now for 3 years, because they're losing players right now everywhere else. Japan is doing great. And at some point in time, this is going to bite them, right? They are really successful in Japan, and they're making a ton of money in Japan. But at some point in time, losing the rest of the world is going to hurt them, and I think that's something that they have to be very, very careful of. That's basically just what it is, so. Please don't add custom combos. Mike Lee, no, I'm never letting you balance a game, ever, 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 ever. Yeah. Like, Street Fighter 6 has to look at what happened with Tekken 8. How mad everybody is at Tekken 8, and they have to be like, okay. Well, no, actually, it might have been backwards, actually. Capcom seeing what happened to Tekken 8 might be what's kind of scared them into not changing anything, right? They changed Tekken 8, and everybody got super mad when they tried to fix things. That's not the actual issue with Tekken 8. But seeing them change it and having basically the entire planet from scrub to pro, like, be angry at their changes, like, and Tekken 8, I have never seen a community that united in being mad at the changes of a game. Like, might have actually scared them from being like, oh, shoot, let's not put the system changes in yet. In start of Season 3, let's push it back one more time, you know, kind of thing. Like, honestly, oh, that's what I do to cause chaos. That's fair. That's fair. So yeah, it's a tough situation for Capcom. Honestly, they're in a very scary situation, unless they hired me because I already said how you can fix all the problems in a really smart way that doesn't change the way the game is fundamentally played and will make a lot of people happy. Come on, come on, come on. No, I don't know if they can hire me or anything like that. And it's scary because when you put out the suggestions and then they use it, it's easy for people to be like, they used my idea. They ripped me off. Rah! So like a lot of times when you put out your ideas on how to fix things, it's kind of dangerous, especially if it is a really great idea, right? But I have said publicly many, many times, just like how they stole my frame data meter. Just kidding. I don't know if they actually did. But, you know, I make that joke. But, you know, even if they did take that from me, and even if they did take my idea on how to fix things, I will never, ever, ever, ever come after them for like, you stole my idea, I deserve money. I don't care. I just want the game to be better. So, you know, like if you steal my idea and it truly does make sense and it works, my reward will be a better game. That's it. That's it. I'll be happy with that. Yeah, MK1 failed launch. Basically, yeah. And so, as I said already, there's not a single person that I've told my ideas how to fix drive rushes that have heard it and go, that actually sucks, or that doesn't work. Most people have been like, huh, interesting. So, again, I'm just going to say it. My fix to the drive rush problem is that if you are hit out of a drive rush, you get punish counter added 4 frames of hit stun, right? Automatically, but it's not necessarily a punish counter. It's just you get 4 extra frames of hit stun. And when you hit them, just like in Street Fighter 3, if you sweep someone dashing forward, instead of getting swept backwards, they fall forward on their face because they're dashing and you sweep them. So they fall forward on their face, right? It makes sense. So if you check someone out of drive rush, their momentum makes it so that if you hit them, they stumble forward. Like this. And so you get the stumble forward and you get the +4, which means now it's an easy link combo. If I check you with a really far-reaching move that isn't cancelable, that's not discouraging enough for them to stop drive rushing. If I hit you with a fierce that hits really far and you stumble forward, it means you're coming closer to me. Now I can link into mediums and lights and extend my combo. And so now if they land a drive rush, which spends 1 bar, and they want to extend the damage, you drive rush cancel that. And guess what? They're out 4 bars. So if they want to drive rush cancel again, they can and add even more damage. When you check a drive rush, if I check a drive rush with Kimberly standing medium kick, and I actually want to make it do some damage, I have to drive rush cancel my standing medium kick to do a basic combo. And if I want to extend it, I have to burn myself out. It is not equal. The amount of resources it takes for a drive rusher to do X amount of damage requires significantly more resources from the person who checks the drive rush. So if we equalize that so that when you check the drive rush, you get an easy link, and now you're in the exact same situation where you can do 2 drive rush cancels to extend your combo twice instead of extending the combo once, you can do as much damage to the drive rusher as they can do to you. If you can lose that much life by getting checked out of a drive rush, how much do you think people are going to keep drive rushing? That's all it comes down to. That's all it comes down to. Yeah, I mean, you know, you spend a bar for the drive rush, but the thing about it, it's still really fucking good because if the enemy blocks it, you get a mix-up. And like I said earlier, I have learned how to drive rush properly, and now I do raw drive rush and a crouching light kick, and I hit everybody, right? It's still extremely powerful. Being able to check a drive rush isn't necessarily great because also people have developed drive rush technology to drive rush into scissor kick. So you press a button to check them and it whiffs and you get punish countered. Like, there is so much advantage to the guy doing the raw drive rush that I don't even think it's a problem. It's still gonna be an amazing tactic. Like, it's not going to make it significantly worse. It's just going to make people who use drive rush at stupid times be a lot easier to blow up. You can still use it intelligently. And the cool thing about this entire change is it does nothing to frame data. It does nothing to how it works in combos or whatever like that. So all the combos that you already do don't change. Right? People are always like, make it not freeze, just put it as the startup of the drive rush. Well, now you've just ruined every combo that requires a raw drive rush in the middle of the combo, because now it won't work, right? It only works because literally the 9 frames of the freeze doesn't exist in time, right? But if they took away that freeze, then drive rushes would be too fast. So all these suggestions that people have given, this is what you should do, like change the frame data. Look, you've ruined literally every combo in the game. You have to rebalance everybody, and that's too much work. And so if you just make it so that when it gets checked, it's easier to kill it, then you don't have to change anything that it does on offense. And it's still really powerful, and it's still really strong. Will the Saudis fold SNK into EA? Oh my God, that's for another day. But we are talking about checking drive rush ending in a punish counter. Imagine I get a free bomb with Bison every time on. Well, if I hit you with a drive rush, I get a free punish counter. You realize it's the same thing, right? It's the exact same thing, except you just don't get the crazy, like, boom, you reel back, or you get knocked down, or you get crumpled. But punish counter adds 4 frames of hit stun to normal attacks. Punish counter adds 4 frames of hit stun to normal attacks. Hitting somebody with a drive rush is causing a punish counter. So it's equal. So like I said, I wouldn't necessarily make it a punish counter, but I would give it the same 4 extra frames that the drive rusher gets. Right? It's not a big advantage to the defender because the person drive rushing gets 4 extra frames already. They're essentially getting a punish counter. So if I show you this right here, like if I actually do this over here, if I hit you with medium punch, that's +6. If I turn on punish counter, now it's +10. If I turn off punish counter and I drive rush, that's +10. Like, any combo that doesn't do crazy kaboom, boom, boom, you know, kind of punish counters. I don't know which one Ed has that does it. Any combo that works off of a punish counter start is the exact same combo you can start after a drive rush because it's the same frame data. The only difference is drive rush might leave you a little bit closer, but everything that links in both of those starting scenarios is the exact same thing. You get that, right? So, yeah, if you made it so that the drive rush was only a combo extender, the game just wouldn't be different enough. And the drive meter just wouldn't feel as useful. The only way the drive gauge works is if there's a lot of things you can do with the drive gauge. And you'd better make them good because otherwise people won't use them. So when this game first came out, I was actually scared nobody was ever going to get burned out because it would have been like, it's so easy just to keep the meter. If you take away raw drive rush, you lose such a powerful tool and such a good reason to use the drive gauge that it shifts the whole entire thing, right? Like the drive gauge has to be good in order to get people to use it enough to risk burnout. If you don't make the drive rush good enough, then burnouts are never going to happen, and you've lost literally the entire game that makes it different from every other game. The thing that makes this game unique is the entire drive gauge and the concept of burnout, etc., etc. So raw drive rush, I don't think, like I said, it's not too powerful. The problem with it is the risk and reward is too good in favor of drive rush. So you just weaken it, and that makes it easier. So changing it after 2 years, I don't know, but doing it while developing the game, yeah. But again, like, the game could have ended up in any way. And remember when the game first came out, everybody loved everything. Nobody was complaining about a lot of stuff except for DJ. They're like, DJ's drive rush is stupid. But like, raw drive rush wasn't too powerful. And we all loved the game. The first year, remember, was that honeymoon period was intense. But as I've said many times on the stream, is that fighting games, after they get played for a while, will turn into something that you don't like. And you have to be willing to adapt to that, right? Because it happens to every fighting game. Fighting game comes out, this game is amazing. Then it turns into drive rush the game, or this mechanic the game, or that mechanic the game, and now everyone's like, this game sucks, right? But it happens because you find the optimal tactic. And it's just, that's what happens to fighting games. When you put in the hands of millions of people, it will boil down to like the tactic. And there's no fighting game that can ever avoid that. It's impossible to avoid that. Because the testers who are playing the game while in development cannot match 1 million people playing your fighting game. They just can't. There's no way. So it's gonna happen. So there's no way they were gonna get it perfect or correct after development. It's gonna come out, something like this is gonna happen. So they do have to change it later, right? And that's just what it is, you know? For me, the only thing I think is too powerful is perfect parry in specific meaty situations on Wake Up. Yeah. But, you know, again, if you're not playing Street Fighter 6, you're going to die to that all the time. So again, if you remember something about Street Fighter 6, is that in Street Fighter 6, whoops, that was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do, let me see, what is this? Oh, I did do it right, okay. A meaty that hits 1 frame off. So you can see right here, this arrow right here, where my arrow is right here, a meaty that hits 1 or 2 or 3 frames off is still a meaty in this game. There's nothing they can do, right? So if a move hits super meaty, or if a move hits 1, 2, or 3 frames off, it's still a meaty. It still theoretically counts as a meaty. Hey, what's up, Lucas? TNS in the house, let's go. But again, a move that hits off like that is still a meaty. If I, and actually, 4 frames works too, because it'll trade with 4 frame buttons and you're in an advantage situation. So if you have a heavy or a medium that hits after 3 blank spaces over here, it's still a meaty. So remember, the window to perfect parry something is 2 frames, right? If someone has gotten so good at waking up with their own timing to wake up with a parry, like so, like if I do something like this, oh, that's right, I have to have her crouching, there we go. Like, she will perfect parry that every single time. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a different meaty. I'm gonna have to do a different meaty. Oh, I know one. Okay, I can do this. Like I will get, oh, that's right. When you do this with the CPU, they're not holding back. So they don't actually do the perfect parry. Okay, but you can see it's the perfect parry timing, right? You can see it's the perfect parry timing. If you do true meaties and they're so good at waking up with that, because they know their own character's timing, start finding sequences that don't actually hit meaty, but are still meaty, right? So like I can do something like this. Like, oh, that will still actually get hit. That one will get hit. So I can do this instead, like that, right? So you see how my move hit 3 frames after they get up. So even if they know how to perfect parry every time they get up, I can hit them with a move that hits a little bit later, and that's no longer in the perfect parry window. So you want to be able to mix up what you do as meaties, right? If you do this every single time and they perfect parry you, it's kind of your fault in that situation. So you want to try to find sequences that hit at different meaty timings. It's only a 2-frame window that they can perfect parry. So if you could just make something hit on the 3rd frame or the 4th frame, especially if the 4th frame thing that hits is a heavy, because then they don't want to wake up with a, they definitely do not want to wake up with a 4-frame button, because they will get hosed if they do. So in other words, if I set her to do crouching light punch like this, and I do this, oops, and I do that, I'm plus 14, okay? Like, Mai's not gonna wanna wake up with a light punch in that situation. So even though this is a trade, like I get everything after that. I can do whatever the F I want at that point in time. So you just have to find something a little bit different. Again, a lot of it comes down to you just have to play the game, what the game is giving you, right? So for example, you can manually time Ken's overhead so that crouching light punch hits when it's not a counter hit. Right, it's a meaty overhead with Ken. That shit getting perfect parry by mashing parry on wake up. You can't mash parry on wake up, by the way. Mashing doesn't work for parries no matter what, even on wake up. The 2 frames is only timed after you input the buttons. It knows the button timing, not the first 2 frames of the actual drive parry. It's the first 2 frames after you input it. So if you mash parry, it's not going to perfect parry. You still have to have the 2-frame window timing. And if you are Ken and you are running into somebody that does that to you all the time, again, find another mix-up. Let me show you this, right? Like, this is what I learned with Ken very, very early on, right? So I did this, and then you whiff that, and then you can do run into overhead, and that is a true meaty. So let me show you this right here. So I do this, and oops, this is a true meaty situation, right? And I can repeat this over and over and over again. Also, that's also a true meaty, right? Mix it up, mix it up, right? And it's not a problem anymore. And so again, why do I have a freaking hard time with that manually timed overhead and losing the perfect parry where I have to have this specific timing in order to make crouching light punch combo after the overhead? There's a lot of frame kills in this game. Yeah, manually timing it is annoying, but then, like I said, like, the problem with it is that, and this is what I was explaining earlier, you want so badly for the game to play in a way that your belief system means is skillful and correct, and this is how fighting games should be. And the one thing that you learn from playing fighting games for 40 years is that's just not gonna happen, and it never will happen, and hoping that mechanics are to behave the way that you feel like should behave. And I'm not calling you out, because everybody does this. Everybody does this. But if you spend all your time thinking like this shouldn't be, this is not how it should be, based off of my logic, if I have to do something this difficult compared to something that you do, blah, blah, you know, like, you're already putting yourself in a position where the game is just going to make you mad constantly. And it's just what it is. You're going to be mad the entire time. And like I said, I really truly believe this is the factor that makes the Western Street Fighter scene weaker than Japan, because Japan's like, yeah, this sucks, I don't think it's balanced, well, let's use it, right? Like, as soon as Mai came out, everyone in Japan switched to Mai. You know, when they're like, oh my gosh, raw drive rush is too good, well, let's play with raw drive rush, right? Like, but if we spend our entire time hoping that the games like work in the way, and again, what you think feels fair or not is not going to be the same as what somebody else thinks is fair or not. So is your opinion right, or is that guy's opinion right? Whose opinion is right? Like this is the game we have. If you hate something about the game and it bothers you enough, I mean, like, don't play the game. Like, honestly, like, that's just, but if you are going to continue to play the game, you're going to have to learn to play the game. And this is not just Street Fighter 6. This is every fighting game. Like, when I played Marvel 3, right? Flo would hit me, again, RIP to Flo. He would hit me with an unblockable. And I was like, what do I do about this? I don't know how to defend against this. And he was like, don't be there. I'm like, what are you talking about? He was like, if you see me jump air dash or do this thing, don't block it. Get the hell out of there. And I was like, that's impossible. And, you know, for me, coming from Street Fighter, blocking is like a very crucial defense. But in Marvel, blocking means you die. And I was like, so how does Justin get away? And he was like, Justin's never there. And I watched them play, and Justin was never there. And I was like, oh, what the hell? And that's because Justin was doing this all day. He was just going everywhere. I wanted to block because blocking is awesome. Another one, I was playing when Justin lived with me. Noel Brown came and visited, and he used Amaterasu, and he jumped and did air dash at me. And so I tried to jump and air throw it. I tried to launch it. I tried to do all this stuff. And at one point, Noel literally just stopped and was like, what are you doing? And I was like, I know you're going to air dash, so I'm trying to counter you. And he was like, this is not Street Fighter. He was like, get away. I was like, I can block in the middle of this air dash. Like, this is not in your favor. Get the hell away from why are you trying to hit me? And I was like, because I know you're going to do it. I know you're going to do it. So if I know you're going to do it, I have to counter it. And he's like, this is not Street Fighter, right? Like, we have to understand that when we're playing fighting games, we're playing that fighting game. It's just really what it comes down to, really speaking. So, yeah, I mean, Evil Ryu's specific one frame rate was hard, but it was rewarding. I mean, like I said, like, if you are worried about Street Fighter 6 difficulty reward or risk reward, oh God, the floodgates are going to open, right? Like, seriously, like, this is the biggest issue with Street Fighter 6 is the risk and reward is just so whatever out there. And so if you have an issue with the risk and the reward and this is difficult, but this is what, yeah, I mean, again, perfect parries are also really difficult. It's a 2-frame timing. It's not that easy to do. So some people might argue I should deserve to get that perfect parry because I had to perfectly time that on my wake up and it's worth it. And in fact, I hate the damage scaling. It's a 2-frame window and I got it, so I should be able to do more damage. I should be rewarded for that difficulty. Are they wrong? Are they wrong? Or is it just because it's something that's annoying the way that you want to play the game? So, you know, again, one of the key things to enjoying a fighting game and getting good at a fighting game, like I said, like I literally said, like that one of the roadblocks was that you have to learn how to finally play that game. And for me, I don't want to whiff punish. I hate whiff punishing. I'm a hitbox neutral player. All I ever do is, like, when I play, I just press buttons because I want to beat your move. I've never been able to be good at whiff punishing. But you know what? I've had to learn it now because that's this game. And I can't be mad that the game isn't playing the way that I like to play because it's a different game. And what I want out of it might make somebody else really mad. So if I changed it, like if they changed it into my logic, somebody probably will really fucking hate my change idea. So, you know, this is why I keep saying, like, learning how to play the game that we're given is really an important roadblock to get over to get good at a fighting game. You have to manually time it. Well, I mean, like, yeah, for sure there's a lot of situations for Ken where you have to manually time it. You're not always going to have the frame kill available to do the meaty overhead into the combo. But like I said, like, you can just run into stop and throw, and, you know, it sucks because you're not getting your cool overhead meaty, but you have options to blow it up. You know what I mean? It's the way it works. Right. And so the problem is that if you ever say, I'm not trying, look, so Madden, I want to make this clear here. I'm not talking down to you. I absolutely respect what you're saying, and that's why I'm discussing it. I am absolutely, you know, there's no point where I'm like, oh my God, what is he thinking? You know, like, there's none of that. Like, this is absolute pure respect from me. But as soon as you say I learned in life, that invalidates, like, what you want out of a fighting game. Because it's a video game. It's a video game. In the end of the day, it's a video game. The video game to do whatever it wants to do. It doesn't need to obey any moral standards. It doesn't need to do anything proper, like difficulty, breeze, reward, or whatever. It's a video game. It literally can do whatever it wants to. It's a program. You can literally program it to do anything. And so, if you want to apply a life lesson to a video game, that's just a recipe for disaster. That's just a recipe for being miserable at the game, for being miserable with the game. I mean, that's the best that I can say. And again, press it on wake up. It's not the end. It's a 2-frame timing. Like, have you tried doing it? Like, have you tried perfect pairing Ken's meaty overhead? Like, it's not that. It's like, it's not mashable. It's not random. It's still only a 2-frame window. You know, it's still hard. Like I said, people can actually say that it's hard to do the drive perfect parry, so they should deserve a bigger reward because all you're doing is just hitting them when they get up. What's hard about that? You know what I mean? Like, it's not you just press it on wake up. It's still hard to do. And that's just really, what it comes down to at that point. And like I said, like, you have such a powerful option to blow it up because, again, if you look at this display over here, like, if you see this, that hits on the 29th frame, but if I do this, or if I do, oh, Jesus. How am I gonna show this here? I don't know if I can show this. Like, you see the 29th frame, right? The 29th frame. The overhead hits on the 29th frame. The throw is like 3 frames after that. Literally, Ken has a built-in mix-up from overhead being parried. And, you know, like, here's overhead and throw. Like, it's literally built into the character, right? It's like, it's right there. Like, the timing of it was made probably intentionally to allow him to do this so that you just can't parry the overhead every single time. Like, you have such a clear answer to blow up anybody who's trying to drive parry your overhead on wake up. What is it about? Is it just because it's so hard to time manually? And that, I don't think that matters, right? You know, it's just, that's just what it comes down to. Like, there's no reason, you know, to be mad that they can perfect parry that when you always have, you know, that option for yourself. It's not visually reactable. You cannot, as a human, react to the difference between run, stop, and throw and run overhead. Like, that is just, the window is too small. And the animations both have the run at the start. There's literally no way for a human to properly react to both of those unless you are just insane, right? Unless maybe someone out there is just ridiculous. So, and sure, maybe you won't miss it if you practice it a bunch. But, like, yeah, like I said, you can't change the timing of your overhead, so go for run, stop, throw. Run, stop, throw. Like, that's it, right? Like, I mean, there are cases where he has to manually time it because not all knockdowns are going to be the same, right? So, in other words, if I do this, you want to be plus 30, right? You want to be plus 30 so you can land the meaty overhead over here. Like, that's the timing for the meaty overhead here. So if I knock someone down and this is plus 33, obviously, if I do, it's going to miss, right? So now I have to manually time it, which makes it hard, right? Well, one, don't manually time it then. Like, don't do that. Just don't do that. It's like, if you have to manually time it like that, it's not necessarily worth doing if it's that hard to do. It's not reliable, so it shouldn't necessarily be a massive part of your strategy. You want to do stuff that's consistent and repeatable. Now, there are some people who are going to be psychic, like, crazy spazzes who, like, can time it perfectly meaty every time. Like so, like, I got it. Like, some people can do it, for sure. But if it's hard for you and it turns out you're not one of them, don't rely on it. Like, don't rely on it. Again, cheap is an opinion, right? Like, cheap is subjective. Like I said, they literally built into the game a counter to trying to do wake up parry, which is throw them, which drains a fifth of their life. They lose a fifth of their life if you throw them out of parry. And it's a hard knockdown. They can't back roll anymore. Like, that mechanic exists. Like, I complain about anti-air perfect parry in the exact same way. I hate it. I complain about it all the time. I wish it wasn't there. But I've just had to learn to empty jump and throw. Like, I have to learn to play with it. Because it's just like, it's not gonna change. I can be mad about it, but I also know that, like, I'm mad about it. I think it's cheap, but not everybody out there is gonna agree. It's not actually cheap. I'm too eager to do jump attacks, and I have to recognize when I get into last second jump things and they have that last second ability to parry, that's what they're gonna do. And I just have to learn how to bait it and throw them. I hate it. I hate anti-air perfect parries. I will complain about it every single time because I hate it. But I'm just going to have to play with it. Like, that's just kind of what it works. That's just kind of how it works, right? And like I said, if they've gotten good enough to wake up and perfect parry your meaty overhead, like, sometimes you kind of just have to be like, well, good shit, right? Like, good shit, I shouldn't be so predictable. Ugh. Oops, I missed it. Again, it's not that easy. Like, it's a 2-frame window. You have 1/30th of a second to time this correctly. And so again, I mean, I think one of the problems is you are thinking that it's way easier than it actually is, right? That's another problem, is that this perfect parry isn't as easy as you think it is. Like, for me, if someone can perfect parry this consistently, like, I'd just be like, okay, good shit, right? Like, good shit. Right? So I can get good at that, sure. But look, all I have to do is this on input, right? Yeah, okay. That's all I have to do, right? And now, if I have both of these playing back at the same random selection rate here, like, what am I gonna do? Like, okay, cool, I perfect parried that. Oops. Okay, I missed that timing. Missed that timing. And now I just got punished counter thrown for 2,000 damage. Like, the mix-up is there. the mix-up is there. Bit of an odd question, but I'm curious. Which top players would you want to do more commentary? I feel like when I used to hear Hotashi commentate, he had some unique insight as a frequent top 8er. He wanted to do a lot more commentary, so it would have been cool if he actually did more commentary, honestly. So, I mean, in terms of Street Fighter, I don't know, because there's not a lot of the top players who have, like, jumped onto the mic in recent memory. It's been pretty separate, right? Like, we don't hear Big Bird jump on the mic, or we don't hear, like Problem X jump on the mic, right? So I really don't know, to be honest with you. So it's like I said, though, why are you obsessed with manually timed overhead, right? If, like I was saying earlier, if something is hard, don't, like, and you can't do it consistently, don't do it, right? Like, that's the thing. Punk's hopped on here and there, right? Yeah, and like, I love Punk, but he's not a commentator, right? Yeah. So yeah, they might understand a lot of things, but you know, like there's a lot of different skills that are required out of commentary, right? None more showcased than when Ringe and Vicious at Capcom Cup had to kill time for 30 minutes while they tried to figure out how to get a controller to work on the PC. There was another top player that I remember jumped on commentary a long time ago for MVC3, and they were like, dear God, I respect what Ultra David and James do so much more now because I didn't even know what to say half the time. When nothing was happening, I didn't know what to say. You know? Right, it's an annoying concept to you. I get it. I get that. And what I'm telling you is that if you are going to enjoy fighting games, you have to separate yourself from that. Because again, it's a video game and it's not necessarily going to match what you believe is fair and right. Because again, I can think something is fair and right that's in direct conflict with that, right? And so if a bunch of people have all these different opinions, world as it exists today, you know, and they all conflict on what is right in terms of, oh, this is hard to do, this is so hard to do, so I shouldn't get so punished for it. And again, even if they do perfect parry it, like their damage is halved already, you know, et cetera, et cetera. If you have this many people with this many differing opinions, then they're like, play the game we're given, right? Like if we're mad about how this works, like, you can't enjoy the game. You can't enjoy the game. And disassociating yourself with a belief system and how the game plays is going to be the only way you're going to truly enjoy the game. And if you spend a lot of time being mad about the way the game does something because you believe it should be like you can't enjoy the game. You can't enjoy the game. No, it's fine, Cynical. It's fine. Well, King Hanky Panky, I don't play enough, which is why I'm not that successful in Street Fighter 6 right now. So I've like never gotten to legend rank and all that stuff like that because I don't put enough time into it. So realistically speaking, I get why I'm not there. But how many hours of Street Fighter do you play in a day? Just trying to figure out balance with daily life and Street Fighter. It's funny because I talked about this in depth just literally today, earlier in the stream. But honestly, the answer is, one, whatever time you have. If you have things that are more important than Street Fighter, then don't play Street Fighter. If you only have this much time to play Street Fighter for that amount of time. But you have to understand that if you only put in that amount of time, you can't get better at the game at the speed that you might want to. And if you want to get better at, if you want to get better at a faster speed, that requires sacrifice of other things that you've already deemed more important than fighting games. But if you're willing to give those up for fighting games, then the fighting game is more important than that thing. So it really just comes down to is, what is your goal and how important is it to you? If you really want to get to the point where you can get to legend rank, and that is really important to you, you will sacrifice things that are less important. But if there are things that you cannot sacrifice, like you have a family, or you have 2 jobs because the economy sucks and you need to work 2 jobs just to be able to stay afloat, then Street Fighter is not gonna be your priority. And you have to realistically tell yourself, I can't get good at this. And so it's gonna be different for every single human, right? Like, it's gonna be different. I gave the example that someone who's been on my stream, who watched my streams very early on, was just like, I can't get good at Street Fighter. Yet I saw his art improve, like, in leaps and bounds in like 2 years that he'd been on my stream. Like the art that he did at the start when he was there and the art he did 2 years later, night and day. It was just like, it was such an improvement. And I was like, dude, like, you clearly have a hobby that's more important to you. Because if you put all that time that you learned to draw into fighting games, you'd be pretty freaking good at fighting games. But drawing is more important to you. So you have to accept the fact that you're not going to be that good at fighting games. And he was like, wow, that's like, it almost like it made him like realize that it was okay to not be that good at fighting games. Like it was like a comfort. It was really good, right? And so you just have to do the exact same thing. You have to do the exact same thing, King Hanky Panky. It's just gonna be based off of you, right? So like I said, if it's really important, like, okay, let's say you do want to become a pro player. Even if you're not playing Street Fighter, you gotta be thinking about it a lot. And if you want to become a pro Street Fighter player, like if you want to be like to the level of those guys, like you have to put in job amount of hours. Like, yeah, you might have to put in like 8 hours a day to get to that level because that's what it requires to get good at anything. But if you just want to be good, you know, you don't have to put in that many hours. And then there also is, you know, a factor of work smarter, not harder. So again, time is also difficult because you can spend a lot of times trying to get good at fighting games and you have no realization that you're going in circles and you're not getting better. It's very easy to play a lot of fighting games and not improve because you don't know what the actual problem is. There are some people out there who are very good at that. And they're the ones who learn fighting games really fast. And if you are able to do that, it's going to take you less hours. And it's just an advantage to have. You can spin your wheels in fighting games a lot. And quantity is not going to make you a better player in fighting games if you don't actually know what you're doing wrong. And that's the hard part, is that fighting games are really abstract. So it's hard to figure it out. So in that case, that is when you start watching other matches, watch more fighting games, or talk to people like me, come into my stream and go, I am having trouble with this. Now, unfortunately, in the future, I may charge you money to watch some of your replays and give you advice, but I'm broke and I need money. But there are people out there who will do it for free. I won't name any of them because they'll take my business. No, I'm just kidding. But like, you know, you can kind of do that, right? You know, that's the thing. Go ask people. Go on internet, Twitter, ask people. Find Discords. Find the, if you're a Cami player, go find the Cami player Discord. Go find the, you know, whatever Discords. A lot of people out there are willing to help as well. But it is one of the dangers. So again, there's no easy way to put a quantity on it, King Hanky Panky. It's really going to depend on the individuals, but regardless of the individual, it also will depend very much on what is important to you and what priorities you have in life, okay? Because, again, if you have $1 billion, you can just do this all day. If you're broke as fuck, like, you can't, right? So it's different. It's different. I just had that one specific situation. No, I can't get matches. Forget it, it's completely dead in EU Germany since years, or you get 1-bar matches. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, but not being able to get matches has no bearing on whether somebody can perfect parry your meaty overhead, right? It sucks because you don't get many matches, and then you play a match and someone perfect parries it, and you're like, really? The one guy I run into is going to perfect parry this? And then, again, if you keep taking your belief system and what you deem as cheap and brain dead into the game, you're not going to enjoy it. You're just not going to enjoy it. Again, And like I said, literally your character has a way to blow up everybody for trying to do that, and you're rewarded with 2,000 damage and a hard knockdown. Like, literally, your character has a solution for that. And it's a really good solution because you can't react. Like, there's just no way to react. You can't discern that Ken is going to run skid and throw, or he's going to run overhead. You've literally got something built in to blow that up. And especially if you do the run throw, you don't even need to... It doesn't even matter if your timing of the overhead would have been off. Like, they don't know that. They're going to try to parry anyway. So you could be off on your timing to run, stop, throw. That wouldn't have resulted in a proper meaty overhead. But it doesn't even matter because you're just throwing them. Remember, when somebody whiffs a parry, they're stuck there for like 45 frames. You don't even have to meaty throw if you didn't want to. You could do, you know, like something like, and then if they wake up and parry, you can take your time and throw them afterwards because they're stuck. They can't do anything, you know? So it's just how it is. This is how it is, so. Anyways, so look, obviously, like, again, like I said, I hope nothing I've said sounded demeaning. I hope nothing I've said sounds disrespectful. I'm legit trying to be helpful as much as I can. But I don't think I am going to get you currently to see it differently. At least today. So I'm going to go ahead and just, that's it for that conversation. You know, again, it's not because I'm exacerbated or anything. It's just because I know a lot of people here are watching and, you know, might want to talk about something else. I do selfishly want to end the stream and go to sleep. So I'm probably going to go ahead and do that right now. I didn't get to any of these other topics over here. I will get to those topics another day. I'll just stream and talk about them at the start of the day, etc., etc. But also, somebody is hungry. Somebody is hungry. Hi, Nathan. Are you hungry, boy? Are you hungry, boy? Are you hungry, boy? Are you hungry? Hi. Hi, sorry. Sorry, there we go. Hi, look at the cat. Look at the cat. Look at the cat. Oh. Hi. Hi. Mike Lee, you are correct normally, but today is the first day I'm going to try to implement something. Like, I actively am going to try to do something. Now, I will be up a little bit because I also haven't eaten dinner, so I'm hungry. So I need to go eat something now so that I can try to get to sleep at a normal time. So, oh yeah, like no combo feels satisfying since there's no much effort to execute a combo. Yeah, I like hard timing because it's challenging. I play for style and Street Fighter 6 doesn't offer a lot. So, honestly, don't play Street Fighter 6. I don't think this is the game for you. Or maybe you just have to pick a different character. When Viper comes out, maybe Viper is your character. Maybe you've just been waiting for Viper this whole time. Because she has a lot more execution and her stuff is flashy. So you have a couple of choices here. One, stop playing Street Fighter 6 because it's clearly not giving you what you want. Learn a different game. Pick up 2X KO or something like that, right? Get ready for Marvel Tokon. The other thing you can do is wait till Viper, see if Viper scratches that itch, and then Viper solves the problem. Or 3, you, again, stop applying your own... See, again, it's exactly what I was saying earlier, is that the Western audience wants the game to reward what they like to do, right? They see something, it's cheap, they want it patched, etc., etc., And one of the keys to improving is you just have to learn to accept the game as it is and play it the way that it's supposed to be played. Now, if you have your thing and you just like to do style, then who cares if they can perfect parry it? Because you'll land it on somebody else and it's cool. And if you're not willing to adapt to the game, then and you like to play with style, winning is clearly not your highest priority. Your highest priority is to look good or do cool things while winning. And if that's the case, you know, play a different game or play a different character. And you're never going to turn Street Fighter 6 into that for you. Unless Viper scratches that itch or another character has enough execution that it makes you feel good about it. But you're never going to turn Street Fighter 6 into the game you want it to be. And so I don't think you should continue to torture yourself like this. And like I said, I say this with utmost respect and with absolute interest in you being happy with the fighting game that you're playing. I want you to enjoy fighting games. I want you to have a good time playing them. But if you're stuck on something like this, which, like I said, has a huge counter to it because you could run, stop, throw, but obviously, like, that's not your concern. Your concern is that perfect parry takes away the cool, stylish thing that you can do. It's not about winning or losing necessarily. It just has to be winning on your terms. And my advice is that you're just not ever going to enjoy the game, because Street Fighter 6 is never going to be the execution monster that you would like it to be. So there's a lot of games coming out. 2XKO, it's free. 2XKO would be so good to play if that's what you like, because that game is all about that, right? Like, you can do all sorts of stuff. Maybe that's what you should try. Try playing some 2XKO. So, and why wouldn't you touch it, right? Maybe you'd enjoy it. Maybe it's something that you'd love, unless you have some problems with Riot or Tencent or something like that. Okay, sure. Then play Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, right? Or play Tekken. Learn some Tekken. Learn some Tekken. Play some Grand Blue. Play Under Night in Birth. Oh my God, that's a game that really rewards people. Yeah, those are all Discord fighters, so you have to go to Discords to find people to play. But those games might be what you're looking for, honestly. And if you are willing to expand to something, you may end up finding a game that you're just like, where was this game my whole life? I love this. And like, everything is so much better. You know, so even without the motion inputs, the game is still one of the most executionally difficult fighting games I have ever played. And I do consider that a downside, because the no motion inputs did not solve it, like any of the problem. Well, it did in some ways and other ways, but that game is like really freaking hard. Oh man. Yeah, KOF is a great game. If you like flashy, cool shit, like, KOF is perfect for you. Again, those will be all Discord fighters, which is unfortunate. You can't just jump on and play. But, importantly, a lot of those communities, because they are smaller, are awesome, right? Like, you could become friends. Like, you play Under Night and you're like, holy shit, this game is everything I wanted. And then it is a Discord fighter, so you join an Under Night Discord, and then, like, everybody there is awesome and friendly, and you make all these new friends. You have training partners. Like, honestly, there's no reason to stick to Street Fighter 6, right? As much as everybody's like, oh my God, James, you're such a Capcom shill. I'm literally telling you, like, I think you should stop playing the game. Like, I really do think you should stop playing the game. So, again, the thing that's always going to make you miserable and also hold you back and make it hard to grow is when you keep trying to force your philosophy onto a fighting game. If you think this is scrubby or if you think that is scrubby and shouldn't be there, you're never going to find enjoyment out of the game. You have to learn to play with what you're given, and that will automatically make you better and you will get stronger. But as I said, it's clear that your goal is not to win. Your goal is to win and look good doing it or feel good doing it. And if that's the case, then Street Fighter 6 is not your game if Viper doesn't satisfy that. Because Viper's gonna be freaking sick. Like, she's got some heavy execution stuff, and maybe she makes you feel better about the way the game plays. And maybe you'll enjoy the game a ton because of Viper. That could happen. But if it doesn't, stop playing the game. Honestly. Let's see. Yeah, but now tell me why they make all easy. It's pissing me off for real. Why don't they make it harder after all such years? That's a whole different conversation. One, perfect parry's not as easy as you're making it sound like. And two, this is a whole philosophical argument that's been going on in the FGC for a long time now. Since Street Fighter 4, okay? This is an argument that people had about ultra combos in Street Fighter 4. People hated ultra combos because they thought that was scrubby. Like, why should you be rewarded for getting hit? Right? So, this is a whole different conversation. But again, in the end, remember, people are trying to sell these games. They are trying to make money. And one of the biggest problems for fighting games is that they are perceived to be too difficult. That you have to give up your life to learn how to play these games. That makes it so people don't want to play it. So they try to put in these things to make it feel like it's easier, so more people will buy it. That's why they added in modern controls, etc., etc. And guess what? In Japan, it's making a crap ton of money. So, like, is it wrong that they're doing stuff like this? Who knows? We don't know. But this is a massive philosophical discussion here, and one that it's just going to depend. Like, the person who's making the fighting game can decide what they want to do at that point, and that's it. In any case, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Apologize, Madden. I'm sorry. I know it sucks too when you get dogpiled on, because I know you're getting a lot of people, debating you in the chat. You got me talking to you and everything like that. Again, like, as a person who is very empathetic, and I understand, I have a lot of my own ways that I perceive how the brain works. I totally get where you're coming from. And that is why I advise to play another game, because I don't think Street Fighter 6 is ever going to scratch the itch that you want out of it. And it's going to continually put you into this very sour mood, because it's just not ever going to do what you want out of it. So that's how I'm going to conclude my side of things. It's unfair because obviously I'm speaking out loud and you're on a chat, and it's not an equal kind of thing. So I just want to say that is my advice. I don't ever think that there's a reason for you to continue playing Street Fighter 6. And for everybody else in the chat, it's getting to the point where it is starting to dogpile, and when that happens, it creates significantly more frustration, and it will eventually cause people to lash out and perhaps get a little dismissive or angry. So, Big C, I will politely ask. Done. Done. Do not, just call it. I call it right now. Don't sweat it right now. Again, this is not disrespecting Madden. This is me respecting him. I don't want him to feel like he's getting dogpiled on right now, which is like, if I was him, that's how I would feel. And I just don't want to do that to him. I don't want to do that to him because we're all here in the chat. We all love fighting games. We're all trying to have a good time. I don't want to frustrate anybody. So let's just go ahead and call it here. So, and again, no disrespect to Madden whatsoever. I want him to have fun at fighting games. So, so there you go. Cool. I'm glad, Madden. I'm glad. Like I said, I mean, no disrespect. There's no point in the time where I've ever thought like, oh my God, you're an idiot. You're crazy. Like, again, I understand how brains work, and I understand being really committed to like beliefs and stuff like that, that it's hard to shake that. I get it. And that's why like I said, I feel like you should play a different game. And if it is Street Fighter 4 that you love, like people said, there are Street Fighter 4 Discords. Again, the games that do not have a lot of people online, and honestly, Street Fighter 4 having 100 people online is amazing for a freaking 15-year-old game, right? So, but there are Discords, and you can find a lot of people who play the game. So, you know, if you can join a Street Fighter 4 Discord, you can find a lot of people to play in Street Fighter 4. So, okay. Anyways, according to that table, you're between serious and hardcore. Well, what I said about serious and hardcore is that's where you got to start labbing. That's how you get from Diamond to Masters. You're gonna have to start actually labbing and researching and watching replays and figuring things out, especially for a game like Street Fighter 6, because if you don't, you're gonna keep getting hit by a lot of things that you don't have to get hit by. So it's one of the hardest things out there. So some interactions will show the plus frames, others it won't. I don't get it. Could be bugs. It could also be certain moves just behave certain ways that it just doesn't really know, because on block it goes a different route or so. I don't know. Like, I'd have to see examples of it, unfortunately, eudaimonia. So I don't really know. So I can't say. Anyways, clearly I can respond to stuff forever and talk forever. I didn't even get to these three topics over here. Look, 2XKO is doing a lot of cool things. That opening cinematic was awesome. The way they wrote the patch notes was incredible. I'll expand on this in a future episode. Capcom Cup pay-per-view, I want to talk about that because we did get some updates where Nakayama, actually talking to Brian F., said that the esports team and the development team are completely separate teams, and, you know, they don't necessarily coordinate their goals. So that's a whole nother conversation. And I was thinking about doing some Sea Viper SF4 trials because I've seen some other people do that, but obviously I will save that for another time. Anyways, thank you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. And again, I love these kind of discussions. I don't mind being set off track because I always just want to help people as much as I can. And I will always like try to address things, questions that people have, because like I said, I want everybody to enjoy fighting games. I want people to get better at fighting games. Yeah, this is going to be hell for my editor to edit. So I will definitely talk to him before I upload these videos for him. Any case, thank you guys for watching. Sorry, Danny, I'm just about to leave. I apologize. But thank you guys for tuning in and watching. I did get rated by Justin, so I have a larger viewer count than I normally do. So as a result, I am going to make sure at least I raid. Like, I've lost most of the viewers, but at least I want to make sure I raid somebody here. Let's see, what do we got over here? Actually, 2XKO might be a good one to look at over here. Max calling Warwick Saberwolf? That's funny. Oh, look at this. Mike Ross says we have to try the official 2X KO now. All right. You guys are all going to Mike Ross. All right. I'm going to go eat. So please tell him I send my regards so he knows that I'm not actually in the chat. But otherwise, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. And remember that the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
JC Hensor, thank you for the raid. Fuck. I like that everybody calls him JC. That makes me happy. No, you're right. I'm gonna beat it. I'll beat his ass. I'll beat his ass. I'll beat his ass. I'll beat his ass. Don't worry. Okay, never mind. You're doing that. James, it's because I'm an idiot. What? Alright guys, run up throw. I'm gonna run up throw. The genius I possess. Jump. Rough.